lot to do.
Okay.
I just have
Yeah,
one
we
quick
gotta save
question
the
for
world.
Knox.
Hmm.
Knox,
Next question. What?
I posted the Slave Leia Fike outfit.
Yeah.
So I know we're kind of late in the campaign, but you could switch. But, you know, you can leave all that behind and just.
Mhm, mhm,
I
mhm.
can go my own way, is what you're saying?
You gotta take inspiration.
Hey!
Well played, sir.
Fleetwood Mac inspiration.
Fleetwood Mac reference.
Hey.
Made a Fleetwood Mac reference.
It was a nice
Not
callback
needed.
as well.
Mhm.
All right. So, last session, you guys, adventures in teleportation is what we'll call last
Fuck.
episode. Or should I say, misadventures in teleportation.
Fucking
Yeah, there we go.
RNGesus, why?
Fucking Bureau.
You guys
The best laid plans.
devised a brilliant plan to save some time and teleport in on Umara and her little home base where she was kidnapping or convincing men from the city of Stillben to go off into the swamp in order to assist the Angel of the Underground so that she would trade to you the vestige that she possessed so that you could use that in your campaign against the Iron Authority and their new Tarask. So you split up into two groups and went to the business and home of two of the individuals who had been misled off into the swamp to gain personal affects of theirs so that you could teleport direct, so you could then scry on them and then teleport directly to where they were. Unfortunately, that plan was thwarted by poor dice rolling.
Sigh.
You were instead of teleporting directly into their camp, you teleported, and I will tell you guys now because it's a week later. You teleported 12 miles north of where you're trying to go.
That's honestly less than I expected.
Fair enough.
Yeah, same.
So you decided to. Bureau decided to pull out the mansion, and you guys, since it was the middle of the night, you were like, fuck it, let's rest and get at this first thing in the morning after we've rested. So you guys rested in the magnificent mansion, woke up in the morning and attempted to teleport again, at which point that's weird.
Hmm?
At which point, you had another little mix-up, and you teleported 3 miles northeast or northwest of where you were trying to teleport. But we're able to scout it out. But you were able to scout it out and figure with your flying compatriots. Sorry, I got a weird text from a number I don't know that asked me if I was in Target earlier, and I was, and I still don't know who it is. So that's weird. But anyway,
Dun dun dun.
Stalker.
It distracted me.
Watch the stream, guys.
But anyway, so you guys were able to hike through the swamp for a good bit of time until you finally came upon the camp, at which point it was revealed to you or confirmed to you that Umara was apparently working for the Iron Authority, and it was revealed that her direct contact was your good buddy Vandrik the Vicious,
him.
who you thought you had slain, but apparently is still around. And he revealed the purpose for Umara being there and kidnapping all these men was to keep a particular ancient black dragon that they had recruited into their forces happy, that they were going to use along with several ships full of their men to invade and conquer Stilben. You were able to thwart this plan by slaying both Umara, the black dragon, and all of its minions, and only losing one civilian, um, of 8 in the fray, which is pretty good. At which point you were able to then witness your works in action as the Northern Beacon, captained by Nadine Sherman, and the folding boat that you had gifted to Captain Gator, who he had outfitted with an arcane ballista, was sinking the Hobgoblin invasion fleet in the bay. After you were able to find the dragon's hoard of a ridiculous sum of coin, as well as several magic items. You traded both coin and the magic items to Rosalind to gain access to the Kiss of the Chainbreaker, which for the moment I believe is in the hands of Biero. And I know we kind of fast forwarded a little bit at the end of last session for you guys to get back to Stilben. However, if you guys, we can pick things up in the swamp next to the corpse of the dragon if there's anything else you guys want to do there before heading back to wherever you're heading.
I'd like to get a scale as a souvenir.
That's what I was going to say. Like, if you guys wanted to
Yeah.
harvest some dragon bits, you could.
We'd like to actually
yes.
take, see if we can get a hold of the remnants of that broken necklace thing that was on it. Perhaps someone may have to be able to reverse engineer how this is working.
I will at least assist and help that. That's a great idea.
You can certainly try. You guys beat it to shit pretty good.
Yeah.
You literally destroyed it
Yes, but
during the fight.
Why
But
don't,
I will say, plus you're in a swamp. I will
Mhm.
say, one of you, and if Noxus, if you're helping, Ren, you can make an investigation check to try and
Oh.
collect as many pieces of that rather large piece of jewelry, arcane device as you can.
Yeah, I'll assist her.
Guys,
So
I could cast locate object on that shit and just collect up a whole bunch of pieces.
That
if you
is
guys
true.
want to.
or you could do that.
Yes, please. That is a
Alright,
much better idea.
I will cast locate object on broken remnants.
Do you have the spell slots for that?
I have 1 second level and 1 third level left.
Okay. So you do so. It's rather large as it was around the neck of an ancient dragon, but you are able to collect up all the different shattered, broken, destroyed pieces of the necklace and jewel through arcane or divine, I should say, means.
Maybe Tara or Umara could best take a look at this.
Tara is not
Who?
there.
Mara.
Not Umara.
Yeah.
Umara
Umara's
is
dead.
dead.
Yeah, no.
We killed her.
Allura?
Allura, there we go.
Elsa?
All their names just sound the same.
Tara?
Jeez.
Allura or Tara.
And you're
Orani?
speaking of the necklace.
Arani wouldn't know shit about that shit.
One
I
is
can
just
hear-
gonna
I can
find
hear
a tree
now.
to sit under. And tell everybody, if you need me, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to wait for the acid to stop burning me.
Vanya, we kind of need to skin this.
Like,
Can you help us?
Why do you need to skin it?
It's an ancient black fucking dragon. Do you understand what we can do with these scales? It made your
No.
armor. The
Cool.
scales from a blue dragon made your armor. We can make more.
Okay.
Can you please
Do
help
you
skin
need
it?
me to help you with that?
Please and thank you.
Okay. I'll get up and help him then.
Oh shit. You're not in.
Mm.
Fuck. I forgot about that.
Delicious. And Ren, quite a bit of bite and snap to it.
Sadness.
I like that though.
Mm.
I like.
I need it sweet.
Oh, it's got a little bit. It's sweet in there too, but I'll say with him assisting you, Noxus, you can make a nature or survival check to try and skin as much of the dragon as possible.
Oh, this is gonna be terrible.
Do you want me to? Are you proficient in survival?
None. No. Or nature. I'm not proficient
I am
whatsoever.
proficient in survival.
You
Yeah.
are the worst sailor ever. Nature, survival, none of it. Ocean, water, knots, no fucking clue.
I can see.
Would
I
you
can
like
see
me to
for
roll
miles.
for you, Vanya?
Vanya, you can do this. You got this.
Yeah.
You are inspired.
Inspired.
Okay. I'm also
All right,
inspired.
so you
Let's
have
send
so you
me
have so
inspiration.
you have he has DM inspiration, is what you're saying?
Oh, bardic
No,
inspiration.
Zero is
Or
inspired.
bardic. I'm sorry,
inspiration.
bardic inspiration. Okay. All right. So you have advantage because Nox is helping you. You rolled an 18. Would you like to use your inspiration die?
Absolutely.
All right. It's a 12, which you rolled a 3 on, so that brings you to a total of 21.
Mhm.
You are able to collect from the beast before. It's a tricky process as the internals of the dragon begin to dissolve the body as it's dead and decaying. But you are able to procure enough scales to probably craft in the hands of a master craftsman 1 suit of armor. You are able to remove one of the big horns that kind of come around to the front here. They are enormous. They're about the size. They're almost as big as Vanya is.
Damn.
So you're able to get one of those. You are able to collect 12 teeth and 6 claws.
Someone write that down for me.
I already did.
I'm just coming in through the door. I'll be in roll 20 in a sec.
Okay. When you get in there, if you would like to, is because this is a separate roll, because this is quite a bit trickier. If you would like to try and remove the gland in its throat that allows it to produce its acid breath,
Oh
you
shit.
can do that.
Old school
That'd be sick.
survival rolls.
Oh,
Why
May,
not?
may I assist again with this, sir?
You may.
I
Okay.
will inspire again.
I'm going to cast a 3rd level Cure Wounds on Vanya before he does this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good idea.
What are you trying to imply, Fike?
And there's a lot of acid in there that might.
That this is a mistake. That's what I'm trying to imply. You get 18 hit points.
You don't
from it.
have to try and remove it. I'm just,
No, we just want to.
Yeah, we want to.
We're the dumb exploring.
If anyone tries to
party
raise this as an undead thing, it should not have its gland.
you're
Yeah, no drag
adventurous.
rich.
Is what you do.
Yes, yes, it is.
Chuckle fucks. Yes, go through spell slots quick. I am next to tapped.
Isn't that because you said you had 1 second and 1/3 level spell slot left?
Yep.
Isn't that it?
Yeah. Oh, I have a mislead left.
Hey!
Hey, you're also bardic inspiration if you'd like to use it, Vanya.
Another
27.
27.
Woo!
Good. DC was 25.
Woo!
So you are able to remove the the what is probably like a treasure chest sized gland from the throat of the ancient black dragon that contains its acid, and are able to put it into your bag of holding without hurting yourself or cutting it open and destroying it.
Yay!
Awesome.
That was nerve-wracking.
Writing all these down now that I have my character sheet.
You also get 18 hit points.
Thank you very much. I'm at a total of 26 now.
Yay!
Or,
Wait,
sorry, 25.
I thought, who did I pump my? I think I gave all of my lay on hands to Kurt. Actually, no, I still have all my lay on hands. I will give him.
No, you gave the end of the session. You gave the last bit of lay on hands to Ren and Curse.
Okay.
You
'Cause
did
I
healing
guess I
light
didn't-
and lay on hands the same.
I guess I didn't mark that.
Yep.
Thank you for reminding me that.
You did. You used all your lay on hands on Kursk and your last of your healing light on Ren,
Mhm.
or
Thank you
vice
very much
versa,
for that.
one or the other.
But Fike is going
Thought I
to
did that.
check on Biro, because I know this is like a thing.
Well, this harvesting takes quite a while, so
Yeah.
you have time to.
Could I be attuning to the Kiss of the Changebringer during that time?
You could be, as long as you're not helping
Aw.
to harvest or search for other shit.
Nope,
Oh.
just periodically throwing an inspiring comment.
Hey,
Yes.
Nox, you got a chat inspiration for the session because somebody liked the name you gave Ren.
Oh, throwing it back.
Hmm.
Biro, I know you're concentrating on your new garment.
Mike?
Are you okay? I'll sit down next to him.
It's I guess I always hoped it wouldn't come to this, you know? Like I left her alone even after school and everything because I didn't need really that reputation she was trying to steal, but I was hoping at some point she'd learn something not to do stuff like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, considering, and I point at Vanya and Nox to like hacking away at the dragon. Apparently my type is stupid, so yeah, I get being thick-headed.
I mean, she was just getting worse, right? There wasn't really another choice to make.
Well, as a guy who's looking to redeem himself, or has, or keep trying to, if you keep going down the wrong path, it eventually becomes the only path that you could be on. So, I think we did the right thing.
I hope so. She had a lot of potential if she wanted to use it the right way. And I hope I didn't just take that away from the world for nothing.
I think you did the right thing. I mean, you probably pissed off like 30 or so men that she mind wiped that of being like an awesome one night stand, but you're probably besides the army of angry one night stands, you probably did the right thing.
If they killed, if we killed her, does that mean the modified memories go away?
I
Is that how
don't
the spell
believe so.
works?
I don't believe so.
Well, we don't know.
Because it's not concentration.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't think it would. But yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess maybe we should have someone keep an eye on them and see if they're maybe it's just harmless, you know? Maybe they just have a good memory to hold on to, or we can leave it at that. Or maybe if they start doing something weird, we have to figure out a way to fix their minds. Hopefully, it's just a good memory.
How cool would it have been if we got to like recruit her to fight the Trask with us and like She runs up like, "Oh, I'll fuck you up," and then just smush. That would be.
That
Just like her, a guy with a drum, a guy with a flute, and just smash and just.
that would have been a better way for her to go, I think. A better memory to leave behind, anyway.
Oh, if I'm about to get smashed by a Trask, I'll alter self real quick right into her, and then I'll hold my hand up to you and be like, "No, Biro, wait," and then.
Thanks, Mike. You always know the right thing to say.
As long as I can keep that smile on you, and I'll just give him like I give him a good punch in the arm.
How many hit points were you at, Bureau?
I was actually doing okay. I was at
Yeah.
86.
Okay. All right. I'm just.
I gave him 45 of them.
Yeah. Yeah. You
Seems like
guys.
there's a budding bromance between Bureau and Fike coming along.
Yeah.
Aww. How far they've
as
come.
Yes. As the day wears on, and you are a good portion into harvesting bits of this dragon, and the sun is getting past its highest point into the middle of the afternoon, you can see off in the distance, from the direction of the bay, quite a bit of smoke rising. As you can see kind of the trees between you and it silhouetted with what looks like quite a bit of fire sitting out on the bay, which you recognize are from probably all of those ships that Nadine and Gator decimated.
Hmm.
It's strangely peaceful and almost romantic and beautiful in its destruction. It's weird. It's beautiful while at the same time full of death and destruction. Um, but it's
So beer on fight.
yeah.
The ultimate dichotomy. As she's probably been, at least during some time, been trying to use like a healer's kit or something like that to try to fix up some wounds on Crackle, because
Yeah.
people are down in.
I love that smell. I miss it.
So all the Iron Authority ships are gone?
Would you like to take a peek through the spyglass that Nox has
I would.
or Nox found? Make a
I-
perception check.
I am terrible at that, so let's see.
It's not difficult.
It's not that hard.
DC of the 6.
You're looking through it the wrong way for a minute until you figure it out, and then you flip it around, and once you realize, oh, this is how you're supposed to use it, and you look through the spyglass.
Like
Don't
the-
spyglasses give advantage anyway?
Like Prince of Thieves?
No, they just yeah, exactly. They just extend the range of how far you can see. As long as there's nothing in your way, you can see like up to a mile away, I think it is, or something like that. And the land is flat, and there's but you can see one Iron Authority ship that's not yet in flames, in the process of sinking, that is attempting to flee, as both your familiar folding ship and the North Beacon are giving chase. And you get the sense that it's not going to be able to outrun them, but they disappear over the horizon.
Cool. Well, they did a good job too. Having allies is working out so far.
You must be proud, Noxus.
Oh, absolutely. I am so glad I gave him all that money and the ship. I could not be more proud.
What next for us?
Well, first off, let's get out of this swamp
Yes.
and regroup back at where Stillben. Bureau, can you get us home, or do we gotta walk?
What do I have left?
You
well.
guys will. You guys are on your own as Rosalind took the survivors and is leading them back to Stillben.
Do we have a need to go back to Stillben, or should we move on to say Craig?
I mean, the only thing I can think of is to go talk to that one guy, right? Or do we know where he is?
Which guy?
Ham?
the-
You destroyed his whole shop. What are you talking about?
No,
Mhm.
the guy that did we get all the information about Visa Isle from the guy? Was he
Artem?
not?
Yeah.
Oh.
So we already know where this other guy is. I just can't remember.
Oh, Jorland Vor,
Yeah, Jorlin Vor.
the archaeologist that was looking for Honor's Last Stand.
He's in
Yeah.
a mod.
He's
he's
an
an
Amon.
Okay, then we don't really have any other reason to go to Stillben. I mean, next stop could be Drinna. Next stop could be Home, Craghammer, Amon. I mean, or Jamal, or Jamal. I mean, it's
Dramalt?
really
Dramalt.
Drumalt. Yeah,
Nox.
that's what
You
I'm
should
saying.
learn
That's
your
what I'm
own
saying.
homeland, Noxus.
We're saying it wrong. He has the proper accent. We're saying it wrong.
Yes.
I don't think that's right.
His,
It's
Well,
spelled with a
accent is
D,
still
but it
slightly
sounds
off,
like a
honestly.
J.
given how much magical energy I have left, our next destination can be either Iman, Craghammer, Whitestone, Singorn, or Anchorel.
Well, if
Didn't
Terra
we
needs
get
help
the-
and we wish to potentially drop off the necklace, the binding item,
Sure.
perhaps Craghammer?
Didn't we get the sigil for Drumalt?
I don't think so.
No.
I thought we did.
Nope.
We did.
Oh, yes, you did. When you,
Oh.
you were leaving.
Okay.
Yes, that was provided to you, Bureau.
Yeah, I could have swore we got it.
Then I have that, and we can go there.
So yeah, kind of the as they would say, the world is our oyster.
We need to go to all of them.
Yes.
Well, which one can kill more birds with one stone?
I'm on, but I don't think we want to do that right now. I think
Or Craghammer.
well, my theory would be is that if we work our way from the exterior in, that would be
The
So-
if we're trying to
exterior?
recruit people. Yeah, if we're trying to recruit people and we're trying to get them central Taldore, I would probably say people the farthest away visit first is going to take the most amount of time to get to.
Which is the
Where we need
Dragonkin.
them to be.
Would you guys like to see the map?
Mhm.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, it's either the Dragonkin or Anchorel.
Oh yeah, true. Or Lemne, one of those three.
You also have this circle for there, Bureau.
I do.
So, well, here's the thing. If we're gonna go to Ankarel, there's a vestige there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if we're gonna go to
Perhaps.
Ankarel, we might as well just go and find the vestige. You know what
Wait,
I'm saying?
why would we be going to Ankarel? I thought we were trying to recruit people.
Yes.
I feel like that's what we talked about in this session.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
we know.
That's a good point. Like, what's
Does
another-
anyone
the
know
other-
anyone in Noncarel otherwise?
I know one person there.
Okay.
I've met some folks.
You seem to have met a lot of folks, Beerman.
I've done a bit of traveling, Vanya.
Me too. I haven't met as many folks as you have, though. And if I have, they aren't nearly as useful.
Well, my traveling was in the service of helping Amon and their leaders, so my traveling often required meeting other interesting people.
Hey, Vanya.
Yeah.
So, Goliath's running herds, right? Like they
Please don't call them herds.
I don't. I'm just saying what I know, man.
It's
I'm
called a
sorry if
murder.
It's called
Murder.
it's called a clan.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
School.
I did not mean to offend.
My people are a clan. Apparently, the Goliaths over here like to be herds. I don't know
Ah.
why it makes them sound like cattle.
I mean no offense at all, but would your people be willing to help us? Like if we went and talked to them? Like, could we recruit them? I mean, you guys, you seem like a capable fighter, so I'm pretty sure you came from a capable fighting clan. Am I wrong?
That would be difficult.
Why?
Because I haven't been home for 36 or 7 years. Time is hard.
I mean,
And everybody who I knew there is probably dead. And even if they aren't, I think I'm technically outcast.
well, I mean, I was kind of in the same boat and still kind of am. It was 10 years though, so
They're also much more difficult to reach than your people are, unfortunately.
well, this is an idea.
Vanya,
As nice as it would be to go home, returning to the teeth is difficult.
The teeth? Wait, the fuck? Where the fuck do you live?
The Shattered Teeth.
Why the
Borurgon is an island in the Shattered Teeth.
How the
What
fuck did you
is-
get out?
I made a boat, and then it kind of sank, and I washed up on the south side of Wildmount.
Interesting.
Cord called me out, and I answered.
Vanya, you are more badass than ever.
Vanya, were you outcast for being the runt of your
No,
clan?
I'm
Is that what
an outcast. I'm an outcast because I left voluntarily. Probably.
Oh,
I don't
all right.
know. I left by my own choice.
So you guys aren't
Long
nomadic.
story.
So you guys aren't nomadic then?
To an extent.
Well,
Borurgon's not a humongous place. There's not a ton of room to move.
got it.
All right, well, that kills my dream. Okay.
Well, I like your idea, Fike. So all for Dramalt, Lemnele, or what's the third option?
Oh yeah, we now have all that money to pay your fine.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any point in going to Lemnele until we've cleared it with Singorn.
Yes,
Oh, okay. So
Cleared it with
then-
Craghammer.
that as
too.
well.
They're coming
Another
up
reason-
from Craghammer.
Another reason to go to Craghammer, perhaps.
Okay, so
Have you heard from Tara about how her quest to talk to people there is going?
She said that it's challenging. I don't think there was anything definitive determined.
It's hard to be specific in a sending spell.
Yeah.
Not a lot of words to use.
we negotiated a peace via a tweet.
sounds like our current president.
Then that
I'm
would be
gonna
my-
make this tweet real quick, and
No.
there goes the stock market.
It's either
There
gonna
we
be
go. We
peace
solved
or
the
we're
Middle
gonna go
East.
to war.
I've just solved the Middle East process by a tweet.
We're either gonna
Never
go
seen
to
a
war
president.
now.
Nobody else knows about it, but it's going to be big.
I swear, on my
He's
mother's
in
Can we-
120 characters.
Anyway,
It's hurting my soul.
There goes. That bit was choice.
Well, if one was, if one needeth the other to be taken care of, then perhaps that is another reason to go to Craghammer first.
Okay, so Dramalt, Craghammer, and Singorn. Those are our three options. Okay. All right, now that we got it narrowed down, Craghammer seems the best option right now. Anybody else?
We could see Tara sleep. That'd be nice.
Well,
Yep.
the only thing is, there's also no point in asking the dwarves about allowing the drow through if Singorn's not going to be
That's a
on
good
board
point.
with it.
That's a good point. We can go see your dad and ask him more questions about stuff now that we have learned more stuff, right?
Wait. I'm confused. Why would the elves of Singor not be okay with the drow fighting beside them?
Please tell me.
Because they hate each other.
Yeah, please tell me.
that is a
hard way to put it.
long-standing.
Yeah, I hope that was a sarcastic remark.
No. If we're we're gonna have racist bickering when the fate of the world is at stake because you were born too dark. Is that really what's going on?
I
You
I
haven't
feel
met
like
that many
we're
racists,
very
have you?
topical.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
love everyone equally, so yes.
not everybody feels the same as you, Fike, but we love you, so we're glad you feel that way. But there are some people who are assholes.
Racism isn't really rational.
It's really
Or
not.
speciesism, right, Bill?
Yeah, it's also not really racism. It's they've had a lot of fights and a lot of, it's not so much about the color of their skin
Yeah.
as the things
Yeah.
that they've done to one another.
There were many things. There were many things that I had to very quickly push from my mind and change my outlook on when we went to the Underdark from my time.
Oh shit. Oh, but like, didn't we stop the war? Like,
What war?
that was the prophecy. The Spider
What war?
King will. When we were in Lemnele, the prophecy was that the Spider Queen would gain a crown and kill the Bringer of Light, which would be the sign for her to march to take back Singorn. So we inevitably stopped a war before it even started, and
Oh, that's where you were the chosen one, right?
yeah, that's the quest I'm talking about.
Yeah,
So-
which no
so-
one knows about except for the Underdark side.
Yes. Perhaps that
Yeah.
is perhaps that is something if we spoke to Singorn to
Well, I did send
in
a
their favor. That
I sent I did send a token that hopefully will ease the conversation for us.
I don't know. I kind of just want to see Malice again.
Who's Malice?
Why would you want to see someone called Malice again?
She was very sweet.
Wait, are you talking about the general down below?
I think she was a lieutenant.
Oh, Lieutenant. Well, maybe she might be a general now. Who knows?
Maybe. I don't know.
It's been forever. I really don't want to go back to the Underdark, but
It's not really the Underdark.
yeah, it's the safest place in the Underdark. Let's be fair. Oh, also, if we go back to the Underdark and we find that asshole of a Dragonborn, I'm killing him. Dragonkin, I am killing him if he is still slaving people.
and I would doubt he would consider himself a dragonkin.
I don't even think he knows what happened.
Precisely.
And if he does,
Sounds like Craghammer then, right, guys?
well,
To
Bureau
start.
made a really good point.
Sure.
If Singorn says no, then what's the point of going to Craghammer?
To get other things
Well-
started as well.
There is a point to going to Craghammer, but may as well not have to go back to Craghammer again.
Okay.
We can always look for more ways to get to the abyss there as well.
Good point. Grandpa Thunderbrand's pretty smart. He might know.
I was honestly curious whether he would be able to take a
Or-
look at the necklace that the dragon had as well.
Or if he can't, are there ways to bring demons or like whatever the fuck they are to us?
Yeah, I used to summon dragons when Tiamat gave me the ability to from the hell, so I'm pretty sure you can summon a demon. I mean, it's got to be a really powerful fucking spell, but yeah, you could probably bring something here.
The difficulty would be
Depending.
the specifics.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the only bad thing you would have to do. So what I had to do was I had to find the blood of a recently murdered person to summon this dragon. So it's probably not going to be pretty. And
Crackhammer's probably got clasp people.
Vanya, I like your style.
Well, if I can't bring the enemy, if I can't go to the enemy, then I'll have to bring them to me.
That and just, the fact that you're bringing a demon to the prime material plane.
Yeah.
Not just any. Not
Have
just
we
any
had enough
demon.
We're bringing
difficulty?
him here to kill him.
Have we had enough difficulty with devils being
enough.
here of their
We're
own
s-
volition? Much less bringing more.
And I mean, he's not just any demon. Like, this is a pretty powerful demon. Like,
And one with a
Like-
vestige.
yeah, like I was able
I'll
to
fight
bring
him.
wormlings, like very like low level stuff. Like we're talking a Baylor, something extremely dangerous.
Make a religion
and-
check, Noxus.
Oops. Oh yeah, that's right. Religion.
You're not 100% sure outside of what you've been told about Baylor's. All you know is that they're, based on the information that you have, with it being referred to as a general for one of the demon princes of the Abyss's armies, that is probably pretty powerful, but you're not 100% sure on what Baylor's are or what they do or what their strengths or weaknesses or lack of weaknesses are. You just know
So
that
I-
for it to be a general of armies in the Abyss, it means it must be pretty badass.
I will rewind what I said. I mean, his name is General of Demons.
Yeah.
He's got to be pretty fucking strong if he's a general.
It's still gonna
You're
be the
not dissuading me from doing
Again.
this.
Oh no! We're still gonna kill him. Don't get me wrong. It's just getting him here is gonna be 10 times difficult.
Oh, I assume it's some wizard bullshit. I have no idea how we would do that.
No.
So
And
And
I know
most
that,
wizards
but I know that
probably
if I
would
want to
not
kill somebody,
agree to
I have
it.
to be able to see them. And to be able to see him,
Yes.
he has to be in front of me. And apparently no one will let us go to the abyss.
I don't know why.
So he has to come here.
And very few would allow it to come here either.
That's a very good point. I don't think anyone would really like that we bring him here.
Yes,
so we
especially
might
the
Hey,
as well
ones with the
just
power to
I
do
know
so.
Hey guys, I know we're dealing with this hobgoblin army and
Yeah.
a world-ending Tarrasque, but would you mind if we brought a Baylor demon here too?
Why don't we just summon the Baylor in
this
the
is
middle
why
of the fucking...
this is why we reverse engineer the collar and we put it on the fucking Baylor on our side and we just have a kaiju fight.
we already
Out
have
of character, we should totally summon it just into the middle of the hobgoblin army and just let it have at it.
we already have a shit sandwich. Why not put on spicy mustard? Like that's
I mean,
Dijon!
I mean, we're all gonna die anyway, so why not? Let's just make it fun.
Kaiju battle.
motherfucker. I have an epilogue in this fucking story.
Anyway,
So I'm guessing Craghammer it is then, right? Right?
Or
We also could spread the pieces around a little bit. Like we don't have to all drop them off there. Like maybe Alora on her downtime of doing research, we could give her a few. Maybe she can look into it as well. Kind of spread the love.
Oh, you mean the collar? Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Hmm.
Unless
And-
Grandpa says that he can put it together again.
Yes. And perhaps we need to not mention the drow to Crackhammer now. Perhaps after Singorn, Elsa or someone else could return to Crackhammer and...
Elsa's
Make
in
that-
Crackhammer.
Oh, afterwards. Someone could get word to them that Singorn, if we could get Singorn all right with it, then we could send word to them and they could continue negotiations for that for us.
Ren, I believe that's the first time you ever are as willing to ask for forgiveness before permission.
Not exactly. I was more inclined to say that if we talked to Craghammer first about everything else and then talked to Singorn, then we could get word to Terra and Elsa and Craghammer that Singorn may be okay with it, and they could continue the negotiations there for that aspect.
Nobody's gonna be cool with this shit.
No, of course not, but as cool as can be in such a situation. Enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Exactly.
So I'll ask again: are we going to Craghammer or are we going?
I believe
to
so.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. To Craghammer. I'm tired of the
I-
swamp.
Take out some chalk and start drawing a circle.
All right. You take out your chalk and begin to cast Circle of Teleportation to Craghammer. You find a relatively dry spot, as dry as can be found around here. Draw the circle onto the ground, mutter the magical arcane words, and the portal opens. You all jump through?
Yes.
Can Crackle get through it?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes.
Yeah, it's big enough for Crackle to get through. Totes. Alrighty. You arrive in a familiar room in the bowels of House Thunderbrand
Craghammer.
in Crackhammer.
I will burn my last 3rd level slot and send to Terra and say, "We're here."
Hello.
Oh, alright. Sort of good timing, I guess. Elsa and I are on our way back from the meeting of the 5 families. We should be back at the homestead shortly. We can meet you in the study.
Sure. Let's wait for Terra and Elsa in the study.
The door's locked,
Sure.
ain't it?
The door is indeed locked.
Yeah, I got it.
Make
Grandpa.
yeah. You insert the infiltrator's key and click, it opens.
Biro,
Grandpa.
can you ask them for a key?
Sure.
I've broken into this place like it's like the 4th or 5th time.
And the locks were changed each time, and yet you still
Dwarven craftsmanship.
master rogue.
I'm a
As-
pirate.
Immovable. Ultimate force immovable object.
I love it.
as you come up into the study, you guys startle Grandfather Stedos as he's nose deep in a book in one hand and has a large tankard of dwarven ale in the other that he kind of spills down the front of him.
Apologies, sir.
I prestidigitate him clean.
Hi, Grandpa.
I know that you have a sending spell. This is getting a bit ridiculous.
I sent to Terra. She just didn't happen to be here at the moment.
Who's gonna replace my ale?
Alchemy
Knoxville.
jug out of the.
Yeah. Alchemy jug. Yes.
Passes over to Noxus.
I will pour Grandpa Stedos some more ale.
Oh, damn it, Knox, you let me down. I was hoping you were going to go mayonnaise. Just fuck up his whole day.
Hold up. So you hold up the alchemy jug and say ale, and it fills to the top with ale, and you
I can't switch it. That was good. That's a good idea, but I can't switch it.
your apology is accepted. Go, go, go.
That was the best purchase I've ever made.
As he goes
Interested in a
back,
research project?
make a persuasion check. Well, that depends on what kind of research project you're talking about.
A formerly in One Piece giant pendant that seemed to enslave a dragon.
Mm.
You see his eyes get wide, and he says, "Oh, really? Formerly in One Piece, you say?"
Really, really.
Just some minor wear and tear.
It may need some mending first.
Wait, does you still have guiltness or whatever that's called?
Glibness? No, I believe it only lasts for an hour, and you
Yeah.
guys were definitely hanging out in the swamp for more than an
Mm.
hour,
But
chopping up that dragon and stuff. But
it may be the same type of magic being partially used on the Tarrasque, so it could be of much use.
ooh, you don't say. Well, why don't one of you younger, stronger types bring it up to me laboratory?
It's in the bag, right? It's in the bag of holding.
Yes. Or the hole, whichever one was bigger to carry it.
No, the hole is filled
You're
with
lucky.
money.
All right, that's true.
Yes, the hole
You're
has
lucky.
the money.
Been looking for a new research project to dip my toes into.
Yes.
Oh, also, Grandpa, do you happen to know about the abyss and demons at all?
Well, I mean, is there something more specific you're looking to know?
Yeah, you know,
I
like
mean,
how to
it's an
get
awfully
how.
broad. It's an awfully broad topic.
Perhaps,
Right.
Noxus, perhaps start with the reasoning behind things before you simply ask the question that no one seemeth to like.
Oh, right. We need to kill a demon.
Well, it's a noble endeavor.
Yeah. Apparently, he's a general and a Baylor. So we need to figure out how to kill him.
I wish you the best of luck.
That does not bode any confidence at all.
It shouldn't.
Out of character, Allura had told us that Drake has a key to the abyss, right? Or was that a tuning fork?
He had a tuning fork to the abyss. She did not know what layer of the abyss it was to. But she said last she knew it was in his, or air quotes, House Thunderbrand's possession.
Allura mentioned that Drake may have a tuning fork attuned to the abyss that he might be willing to let us borrow. Do you know where it might be or how we might get to him?
You wanted to be going to the abyss?
Yeah,
Not
like a
really.
like a
Want is a strong word. Need.
I
maybe
would
more.
like to.
And it's a appropriate strong word for Vanya.
Vanya's crazy.
It involves our current quest, unfortunately.
It has this thing called a vestige, and it would be really advantageous if we went and got it for Vanya.
Oh, well, I know where Drake is, and I know where his tuning fork is.
Well, the tuning fork's a little bit more important to us at the moment.
I mean, do we need Drake's permission to take it?
Technically speaking, it doesn't belong to Drake. It belongs to House Thunderbrand. He likes to say that it's his just because he found it. But
Could we use it, Grandpa? Please?
make a persuasion check. With advantage, since you said please.
Yeah, the
Yay.
magic word.
23. So you say you'd be wanting to use it to go to the abyss to fight a Baylor general.
Aye.
And
I
take a
mean,
very
unless you have
powerful
a way
artifact.
to
from it.
to bring said Baylor general here.
Wide-eyed.
I
look at
mean,
Vanya.
he looks at you, Vanya, and says, "We got enough problems. I don't think bringing a Baylor general in the Craghammer is something that's going
I
to be
mean,
able to
not
cause
necessarily here. Like, I don't know, out into an empty field or something.
I don't think bringing a Baylor general into the prime material plane would be looked favorably upon.
We're just going to kill him right away, anyways.
I appreciate your confidence in your abilities, but I don't think you're quite grasping.
Yeah, giving Vanya a look like, yeah, this is
Yeah,
exactly
what
what we
you're
were talking
talking about.
about.
Even if
I
you
mean-
do manage to kill it, these things have are known to have how can I put this? Explosive death scenes.
So a really empty field.
You guys are really fucking funny. You know that.
Just in the background, you can't always get what you want. That should be just like on. That should be in Vanya's playlist. It really should be.
I mean,
I'll tell you what. As much confidence as I have in all of you, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to bring this tuning fork back with you, as there's no guarantee that you'll be coming back. So you'll have to leave something of equal or greater value as collateral.
Oh, like what?
I'm just gonna start just
Another.
untucking the hole from my pocket.
Another.
How about this? How about this, Grandpa? How about I give you an endless supply of ale that you'll never run out of forever.
Son, I may have been born at night, but it wasn't last night. You know what I'm saying? I live in Craghammer
Yes, but
with
you
a
have
bunch
to
of
pay for the
dwarves.
ale. But you have to pay for that ale. This is free ale.
How much coin? We are very flush right now.
He snaps his fingers, and a tray full of full ale mugs appears on the.
Motherfucker.
Fucking conjuration wizard bullshit.
what do we
What's-
have in the bag?
I don't want to give it all up.
What about the other
We don't
tuning
have to give
fork?
it all up.
We have 30,000 gold pieces. 35,000 platinum pieces. No, 30,000 platinum pieces. 3,500 gold pieces. Or 1,000. Sorry. We have 2,450 worth of diamonds. We have the dragon bits, dragon
Oh,
gland.
the wand of lightning bolts.
Oh, do we have that giant horn from the Black Dragon? Bill, the eyebrow is great and all, but it's so fucking distracting.
How about this fancy new rapier I just picked up?
The rapier of wounding. We have the helm of brilliance. We have Sood.
This is
Just offer this old man drugs
Why not?
Masterpiece.
instead of stew party. Stew spice.
I'm cool. I'm
Yes,
cool. Listen, boy, when you get into your 5th century, you stop worrying about such things. You eat and do what you want. I was well behaved for 450 years with my diet. I'll
I fucking love him.
indulge myself as I will when I'm 523.
You know, if you're a cop, you need to tell me if you're a cop.
I don't give a
Feel
shit.
law.
I'm not a cow.
I'm gonna shit to a demi plane if you're a cop.
So yeah, that's what we got.
I would cast detect cop, but I don't have the spell slot. So.
I hold out Noja's masterpiece of a rapier. How about holding on to this for a bit?
Kind of adjusts his glasses, takes it, looks it up and down. You watch as he casts some magic over it. Make a persuasion check.
Nice.
That's a good start.
Good start.
Oh God, guys, come
He
on.
wants more. He wants more.
We got collateral damage. Let's do it. I just start opening up the portable hole.
No, hang on. We got stuff we're not using. Let's get rid of that
It's
shit first.
collateral. You'll get it back if you survive. and come
collateral.
back with the tuning fork.
Oh,
You guys don't understand what collateral is. I'll just open up the portable hole and I'll just start scooping. Like,
I'll pull out the Vanya-sized horn.
The Vanya-sized horn?
No.
You mean the black dragon horn?
Yep.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
This is an ancient black dragon horn. I pulled it off a dragon about an hour ago. It's very fresh.
Make a persuasion check with advantage, Vanya.
Oh no, I have to make it?
Yep, you're the one that pulled it out and offered it. You have advantage.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, not bad.
Could be
Better
worse.
than a natural one.
Yeah, it was a natural one.
for Vanya, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Leave the sword and give me the horn, and you've got yourselves a deal.
I think that's great. Wait,
Sounds
you,
good.
wait, you want the horn to like actually keep the horn?
Hey, I can make some pretty interesting things with that.
No, I'm
I wouldn't
curious.
mind seeing what he can do with the horn.
He's gonna make a chaise lounge. What the fuck are you
Well,
talking
hang on. Why don't
Hang
we
on,
just-
one condition. We get first pick of whatever you make with the horn.
Why don't we just
Make another persuasion check.
Why don't we give him the rest of the dragon bits too while we're at it and see what he can come up with it?
It's the best I got, guys.
That's remarkably good for Vanya.
Yeah.
You got yourself a deal. And he spits in his hand and puts it
Oh,
out.
I spit in my hand
A
and
yellowish green kind of globby.
oh, President
No.
Face.
spit.
I do not mind it. I spit in my hand and shake his.
Hey.
Alrighty. He wiggles his fingers some more, like Merlin from the old Disney Sword in a Stone movie. And
With Goliath spit just sliding off of the hand.
yeah, the Goliath and
More
Dwarven spit just kind of like flying everywhere.
Ren looks
Um,
disgusted for a moment.
As some arcane sparkles go, and he flicks his wrist, and appearing in his hand is this twisted, gnarled onyx black tuning looking device as he holds it out.
I take it. Thank you.
Now-
sis.
I hope you're looking to go to the endless maze of the abyss.
I
That's where it'll send you.
That is exactly where we were looking to go. Yes.
Ah,
Yeah.
fortuitous for you then.
Indeed.
Two more
What you're
questions
doing
while we
business
have
with
this. One question is, do you know any magic or have any scrolls that might help us navigate a maze?
Like a scroll of Pathfind. Or a scroll of go this way.
Find
Can't
the
solve
path.
all your problems for you, boy.
A scroll
You
of
gotta
map
do some
quest.
things for yourself.
Fair enough.
gotta- Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps.
I doth not believe one can actually do that.
Yes, you literally
I've
cannot.
tried. You
Perhaps you
cannot.
haven't been trying hard enough, Red.
I've
And
tried
Mark-
pretty
he
hard.
snaps his fingers
I
and
once
stamps
was
away.
very young and
What happened to
stupid.
Grandpa? What happened to Grandpa?
Pull you up. I'm just gonna shout at you. If you pull your up your bootstraps, Your feet would go through the sole of your boot. He's gone.
Agent Marvin said you don't question it.
I ruined more than
He
one pair of
bamfs- he
boots by
bamfs
trying
away
to
with the
pull
sword,
myself
the
up like that.
horn. He bamfs away with the sword, the horn, and all the broken amulet bits.
All right. Well,
He just went
We
like
got-
2 rooms over to his side, though.
pretty
Right?
much.
At this point,
Well,
you guys see Elsa and Tara walking into the room.
Also
Hey,
enjoy that they
guys.
like walk in. There's just like a bunch of us there. No more grandpa,
They
and then a Pegasus
and a tuning fork.
and a
in one
tuning fork.
hand.
They look
Hello.
exasperated.
Hmm.
Things went
Yeah.
well, I take it.
Well, have you ever been part of a negotiation between 5 noble dwarven families? Elsa says.
Not recently.
Absolutely. No,
I
I'm just kidding. I've never
think
done
I'd rather be back in the clutches of the Iron Authority.
That terrible?
that. Are you sure about that? Are
Yeah,
you sure about
that doth seem a bit extreme.
Yeah.
Well, that seems
She's
like a legitimate option if we're
hyper-
not successful.
she's being a bit hyperbolic, but not by much. There's lots of history between the 5 families of Craghammer, and getting them to agree on anything usually results in bloodshed, much like every 10 years when it's time to elect a new Iron Keeper.
Anything we can help with?
Oh, certainly. That silvered tongue that I know a few of you have would not be missed in the next negotiation. There are certain families, like the Thunderbrands, that understand the danger that's coming and have already pledged forces to your cause. To Taldore's cause. There are other families that believe that we'll be protected here beneath our mountain and need a bit more coaxing.
I mean, we could definitely do that. I mean, we all did get Draconians and Ravenites to agree and be one, so I think we can make this happen.
How much do you know about the 5 families of Craghammer, Noxus?
I don't know how much time do you got to tell me.
3 hours.
Like, oh damn, that's
She
some
looks at you
confidence.
like, wow, okay. Well, would any of you like to roll to see what you know about the 5 houses of the 5 families of Craghammer?
How old are the 5
Sure.
families of Craghammer? Because that's about.
Why not?
Would
That
that
would be
a
my
history
extended
check?
knowledge.
Craghammer did not exist in your time, Renata.
Then I cannot.
I've spent most of my life living on another continent. I can
I would say
only
Bondi,
assume
you
I
wouldn't,
don't get to
you
make
wouldn't
this.
know shit. I'd say Biero and Fike could roll.
Would that be a history check?
Yes, it would, and Fike yours would be with disadvantage
Why?
because you don't know shit about. You've never you hardly know anything about Craghammer. Anyway, Biero rolls a 26, which is really quite good. All right, so Craghammer was established within the Cliffkeep Mountains following the Divergence. So, like I said, Ren, it didn't exist
Mhm.
until. So this is a mix of both Elsa, Biero, and Terra all expositing to you guys. The subterranean fortress city is the pinnacle of dwarven society in Taldore, and 5 great houses rule Craghammer. They have maintained power since the city was originally established. The ruling families are House Greyspine, House Zurthorn, House Bronzegrip, House Thunderbrand, and House Glorendar. These great houses elect an official as the Iron Keeper every 10 years to keep the alliances between houses just and healthy for the good of Craghammer. When some lesser family houses have attempted to overthrow one of the ruling 5 through the centuries, the other great houses put aside their differences to maintain the sanctity of the traditional rule, even when tensions boil into bloodshed between the houses. typically every 10 years when the new Iron Keeper is elected. The Iron Keeper will call the city guard, or carvers, to end the violence and establish peace. Each ruling house has a specialty and holds responsibility over that domain within Craghammer. House Greyspine maintains the largest mine under Craghammer, as well as the pools of solace. House Zurthorn trains the chief architects of the city, and most masonry and building is organized through them. House Bronzegrip funds the smithing guilds and maintains the Bronzegrip Metalworks, Craghammer's largest blast furnace and ore refinery. House Thunderbrand prides itself on training Craghammer's foremost scholars and premier arcanists. And House Glorendar maintains the law and delivers punishment through though a recent scandal that uncovered corruption between House Glorendar and sects of the Carvers has seen them fall from grace, throwing Craghammer's judicial system into chaos. Craghammer culture fosters distrust of most non-dwarves, especially among the dwarven elite. In this society, the only thing stronger than overt racism is greed. As such, Craghammer is quick to set aside such prejudice if they sense profit. There is healthy trade of metals, weapons, and armor with Amon and Western, and House Thunderbrand has good standing with the Council of Taldore, allowing Craghammer to utilize the skyport there to expand their trade reach. Many members of House Thunderbrand also have ties to the Arcana Pansophical, as you know. However, after the Scattered War, which some of you will recall, that is Orani's weapon,
Hmm.
was
Persuasion.
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 Persavian
Hmm.
was a general in that war. Um, After the scattered war, the houses of Craghammer refused to apologize or make reparations for allying with the Drassic regime. Instead, they have worked towards opening and strengthening trade and commercial alliances as a silent means of conciliation. The Wardens of Singorn look down upon the dwarves, spineless gesture, and the two cultures have gone centuries without major contact.
Hmm.
The biggest figures in the city are the heads of the 5 different families. The biggest being Iron Keeper Grodum Greyspine, who has been elected now to 5 consecutive terms, 5 consecutive 10-year terms as Iron Keeper. He is beloved amongst the people of Craghammer. A worldly war hero, he is known to be just to his people and tolerant of outsiders. And his brother, Lord Nostock Gradesvine, who you guys have had some dealings with the Purple Worm job that you guys did for him. He is the overseer of the Keystone Quarry. Though he is a formidable businessman, he is known to be somewhat unpleasant. And then there are the heads of the 5 houses, which you don't have first names on, but Elsa or Tara explains to you that you don't really need, as while in council. You should refer to them as Lord or Lady, Zuthorn or Bronzegrip or whatever. As that's the formal way to address them when in Council of the 5 Families.
Hmm.
When's the next council?
Tomorrow.
Well, that's good because I think I need a nap before taking that one.
Hmm.
As of right now, excuse me, House Greyspine is on our side, as well as House Thunderbrand, obviously, as we've already committed our battle mages to your cause. Oddly enough, House Glorendar, I think, in attempts to make up for their recent issues, shall we say, are eager to prove themselves on the field of battle to erase their recent dishonor. However, houses Zoothorn and Bronzegrip uh, fall on the other side. Um, fall on the other side of the on the other side of the coin, and as much as House Greyspine is with us, they have to maintain, at least formally, some semblance of neutrality between the divided parties, as their political interests of keeping, the five families peaceful and happy with one another supersedes sometimes what they think is the right thing to do.
Hmm.
House Zoothorn believes that their fortifications will protect us, and House Bronzegrip is under the impression that if we need to delve deeper, we always can do that. They'd rather apparently deal with whatever Duragar or Drow they run into, delving deeper away from the surface to escape this Iron Authority and Tarask, than deal with such forces. Like, what's the saying for a market? An ostrich sticking its head in the sand? Oh, Ren, by the way,
Hmm?
I got you this. And she holds out a small little journal.
Oh. And just like reach out and take that. Like, oh, thank you very much.
You'll notice, and she like casts create water real quick that splashes all over it, and it just kind of like dry like a duck, like water off a duck's back. It just kind of slides off.
Thank you.
It's
This is most helpful.
small leather-bound journal with a like a little ribbon bookmark that appears to be made from appears to be made from like a like a fabric or a thread that's has like a glitter to it that's almost been like spun with some like it's like super thinly shaved metal that's been spun into like a thread almost. There's little metal clasps to lock it, and emblazoned and embossed on the leather cover is a symbol that matches quite closely to the blooming rose on your pauldron.
Hey. Nice.
She beat me by 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is. I've been hoping to write again.
It's just a welcome back to the land of the living present.
Yeah, looking slightly up once again, realizing Ren is both in and above Craghammer right now, which is very weird.
Anyway, that's a quick rundown of what's going on with the politics here.
I think we can help with that. Have got a few minutes for some arcane questions.
Always.
Well, I've recently gained a spell that you're familiar with
Oh,
called
really?
Teleport,
Ah, yes.
and it hurts a lot.
Well,
Do you know of any way to be more effective with it?
be more familiar with the places that you're teleporting to.
And if that's not so much of an option,
Hope that you're lucky.
Have you met Zero? He's the least lucky person I've ever
Zero's
met.
middle name is Bad Luck.
Yes, it is.
Sometimes even I am
Zero, the
surprised that he
bad
had
luck
lived this
blade.
long.
Oh, it's always been Biro's skill, not his luck, that's kept him alive.
True enough.
Except for those 2 times.
Except for those 2 times. Also, looks like we may be making a trip to the abyss. Any knowledge you have about anything there? Is time funny there? Is there anything that'll mess with our heads or
Well, it's
things we
called the
should?
Abyss.
Yep, I picked up on that.
Even I know that.
So, I mean, if you can avoid it, don't go there. Also, I would highly recommend not bringing anything from there to here.
Pointing at Vanya.
Everybody gets mad at me when we talk about going to the
As
abyss.
those-
Everybody gets mad.
As for good reason, big man.
Everybody
as
gets
some-
mad at me when we talk about bringing the demon here so we can kill it here and not go to the
Yes.
abyss.
Because the door that opens to bring them here is not one that's so easily closed.
Well, he has the Storm Lords of Estige. What the hell
I'm
am I
not
supposed to do?
Listen, I'm not telling you one way or the other. You asked for information and advice, and I'm providing it.
Yeah, but the
Yes,
advice
you
is
are.
is don't go, and also don't bring anything there here.
If you can help it. Did you not hear my caveat?
So,
Oh, well, there you go. You had those pointy ears. Maybe you should put them to use.
Oh,
So if you had if your choices were
Zing.
either go there or bring something from there here, and potentially the fate of the battle versus the Tarask and the Iron Authority were on the line, which would you choose?
Go there. Because it would put less people in danger. Because you can only bring a certain number of people with you to there. And opening a portal to here could leave it open for an untold number of dangers to come screaming through to this plane of existence,
Hang on one second.
putting everyone on this plane of existence in danger.
So speaking of that, when we get there and say, let's just hypothetically say we do kill it, which we're pretty probably gonna do that because Vanya's gonna get a little trigger happy and be all like, "I'm gonna kill it." So he's a pretty big,
well,
pretty
you
big
think it's
guy,
going
so-
to give us the belt after a calm discussion?
No.
I'm pretty
My-
persuasive at times.
But what I'm asking is, if you're so worried about opening up a portal from there to here, how the fuck are we getting back?
No, you don't. You misunderstand. Opening up a portal to pull something from there to here can leave that door open. You are from here and returning to here. There's a difference.
Ah, okay. See, I don't know much about teleportation, so
I figured as much.
wait a
Now,
minute.
as far
What's
as
that
the
supposed to mean?
effects, that's not really your circle of expertise. You're more of a, pray, stab, stab kind of guy.
She
Yeah,
doth
good
know you
point.
so well, Noxus.
Now, as far as prolonged exposure to that plane of existence, from what Drake has told me, it, yes, can very much mess with your mind. So anything you can do to keep yourself of a strong will would be helpful.
Yeah,
while
well,
there.
I'm fucked.
Anybody got anything that can help with that?
once a day.
Hmm.
Actually, a few more times a day, but once a day. If you want me at my best.
The kind of place that can mess with your mind in more ways than one. There's, from what Drake has told, I've never been there myself, but in reading Drake's journals and from what he's talked about, the things that you see can mess with your mind. The particularly where that, and she points to the tuning fork, will bring you. I imagine none of you have been locked in solitary confinement for extended periods of time. So being in the same environment for an extended period of time, like a maze, and by extended period of time I mean days, can really mess with your psyche.
So what you're saying is we need to be in there as little as possible.
Get in and get out would be my advice.
All right.
Well, we weren't already on a time scale anyway.
And as far as your other question is concerned, from what I understand and what Drake was able to measure, time does seem to run at a parallel pace here to there.
Wait, is Drake in Craghammer?
No,
That would have been cool.
he's on a research expedition far, far to the north.
That would have been real nice for us to be like, hey, you want to go to the abyss? And he'd be like, oh, right, yeah, we're just going to do it.
I don't think he ever wants to go back there. The reason I think that is because one night when we were getting drunk, he said, "I never want to go back there."
Well, that leaves some wiggle room.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was drunk. He wasn't in his right mind, so.
People say a lot of things when they're drunk.
Yeah, they don't mean it.
Regardless, you're all big, strong, tough people. You can handle it, right?
No, I was
You
just
don't need
thinking,
you don't need the crutch of a Thunderbrand to get you through, do you?
it's
Totally.
it's
I've
yes,
only died
yes,
twice.
it's never come
Uh,
useful in the past. Why would it do now?
That's a fucking understatement. It's always helped. So hey,
No,
Tara, you want to
no,
go?
she was casting shade, so I cast shade back. That's no even.
So Tara,
Also
yeah,
looks
you
at
want to
you,
go?
Bureau. Also looks at you, Bureau, and says, "There are fates worse than death, Bureau."
Yeah, and if we die in the abyss, that's where we'll stay.
I was talking about imprisonment by the Iron Authority or dwarven politics, but you know.
Point
Well,
taken. Elsa, speaking of interesting fates, did you get to present that token I gave you to Singorn?
I did. I wasn't quite sure what it was. It did cause quite a bit of a stir with the wardens. They seemed to recognize it instantly. It would have been nice for you to warn me that I was bringing something from Lemnele into the heart of Elvendom in Taldore.
Sorry, I thought I'd made that clear.
no, you actually didn't.
But it originally came from our people.
It did. They asked for clarification. I did not have that for them, as you didn't really explain what exactly you were trying to convey.
I'm a great communicator, Elsa. Clearly, the fault was not with me.
Yeah. Well, you can. I'm sure you believe that. And I. Let's just put it this way: you've grasped their attention with both hands.
Well, that was the important part.
They are curious as to what the deeper meaning behind the the presentation was. Unfortunately, I was unable to share it with them. But perhaps you would like to share it with me now, and I can take that to them. Anything to get me out of Craghammer and away from dwarven politics? No offense, Tara, I love you.
Yes. And I'll give her like a brief overview of.
Would you like to write a missive? that I can deliver.
That'd be a good idea, Bureau.
Yes, I will do that.
You are in a study, so there is more than enough paper and writing implements for you to do so.
I'm gonna make sure that I know Bureau likes to play things up like he's the hero, but this was my quest line, so I'm gonna make sure that he makes sure that it's very important.
The bearer of light, which was Father Vander Fike.
So I'll give you a little bit of time to figure out. You don't have to write it out exactly, but just if you want to figure out what you want to convey in the letter, you can do that right now. As it's time to drink because I have to take a pee break.
D&D Beyond, everyone. It's a great place.
I can't believe they've had the locks changed every time we've teleported into Craghammer, and I just walk up and I go, "This fucking thing is
It's us.
every time."
So just to give you guys like an update like that, yeah, that's why I want to go get Honor Stand. It helps with being frightened and it helps with that. But I don't know if it helps multiple people. I'm pretty sure it does the higher levels it gets. And I can't go prone when I have it. That's all I know about it.
What did I
Knox doesn't
miss?
know shit. You missed Dwarven politics and them throwing shade at us.
Okay. So far for the course.
So yeah, if we're gonna go to the abyss, we definitely should get that shield because it'll help with us being frightened.
Is Bill wearing ankle socks? The fuck's going on?
He's a German tourist.
I mean, he is in Pittsburgh. He is in Pittsburgh.
I love some of my ankle socks.
Yeah. Any German people watching? We love you. My last name is German. I am German.
What's wrong with ankle socks?
Okay.
I'm just gonna hate.
So you've had. So what would you like the letter to say or convey?
Something. So basically, I'll be saying, and I'm kind of trying to make this as respectful.
Yeah,
as
you don't. It doesn't have to
possible.
be exact, but you can just
Yeah.
give me like a.
So basically, letting him know that when I was on a mission into the Underdark, I had occasion to nearly be overrun and killed until I was rescued by a party of adventurers that included a drow. And that drow stood by my side and the rest of ours as we continued our adventure. And we eventually arrived in Lemnele, where we put down a plot to invade the upper world and installed this person back into their rightful place as Empress of the Drow. In return, in good faith, she gave the Song Warden's loot back to me as a reminder of the ancient times where bonds were better between our people. And if there is willingness to consider it, then there may be allies to be found in our fight against the hobgoblins and the Tarask with the drow.
And what exactly are you asking of the wardens? Elsa will ask you to put at the end of the letter.
I am simply asking if they are willing to consider allowing an alliance against a much more dangerous and common foe.
Okay. Elsa takes the letter.
Can I put
and-
like a glibness after effect in there somehow?
I don't think you have the spell slot at the moment.
That's
So-
what the instruments for.
But I will. Yeah. So Elsa says, all right, I will take this and bring it to. Sorry, I was doing Terra there. I will take this and bring it to the wardens and see I will try to convey the urgency and bring you and I will try to convey the urgency and get you a response as soon as possible. Terra, if you wouldn't mind. And she says, "Oh, of course not." And she casts teleport on Elsa, sending her back to Singorn.
Hopefully with minimal damage, force damage.
Bye bye, guys. I'll see. I'll be listening in.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't worry. I'll use my silver tongue later.
All right.
Hey.
Hey,
No Pike.
later, buddy.
I'll be listening in.
His silver tongue is best used at night anyway.
Hey, I give inspiration to Ren for that.
Anyway, so Elsa has departed.
Elsa has left the building. I didn't realize how close that helped. That's a double.
Well, can any other thoughts, or can we get some rest? I'll take that as a let's get some rest.
I will say this just because I'm a benevolent and super duper nice DM that you should all love very much. You are in a place of masterful master craftsmen when it comes to weapons and armor at the moment.
Hey, let's go
That's-
shopping.
No
Master
scales.
of master craftsmen.
Yes,
Uh,
the scales.
Dragon pieces.
and you have lots of dragon bits. I'm just throwing that out there.
Dragon bits.
You should
Vanya, why don't we go to the blacksmith with those dragon bits we have?
Sure.
Dragon.
Vanya's still probably smoking a little bit from all the acid. Stands
Oh
up.
jeez. Oh, I thought that was.
Yeah, Bureau, would you like to go with us?
Sure.
And Renata, did you want to go, or did you have other things that you would like to do?
Turo will escort you, as it's always good to have a dwarf in your group when you're going into Crackhammer.
I can accompany. Looking at.
We don't have to make a huge thing out of this. If you guys can just, for the sake of brevity, you guys can be like, "Hey, we would like to, have this made or buy this,
Yeah.
or if it's available or whatever."
Basically, we're gonna go in there and be like, "Hey, we have all this shit. What can you make?"
Can you make us a breastplate of invulnerability for free, please?
No.
Well, we got scales. Does anybody need armor?
I could use some better AC.
Yeah, I just got an
Yes.
upgrade, so.
I think Bureau needs armor very badly. Fike has Ren's old armor. We could get some. I mean, and I'm like looking at the gland. I'm like, what do we do with this? Who do we give this to?
You two are the ones who wanted it.
Maybe we can give. Oh, well,
Stedos-
he's already good. He's already gone.
Well, he's still in the house.
Grandpa Stedos, do you want an acid gland from the dragon?
There's no response from you, just yelling into the halls.
I'll just start.
Soundproof room.
I'll throw a. What do I have left? I'll throw my last 4th level slot to send to Stedos. Oh, we have the acid gland from that ancient black dragon. If there's anything you think you could do with that might be interesting.
You guys have it out.
Well, I imagine we're not like just holding it barehanded, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Like,
looking
it's
at
in the
it
bag
in
of
the
holding.
bag.
You hear a voice in your head that says, "Put it on the floor."
put it on the floor.
Are you?
Okay. I will very gingerly just put it on the floor.
There's a
Don't get
flash
on
of
the
arcane
floor.
energy, and there's a flash of arcane energy, and it is no longer there.
Everybody port the dinosaur gland.
All right. Well, it looks like we have teeth and claws and
Scales.
Scales.
what else? Scales. So let's go make some shit.
Shopping episode.
Dun, 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 dun.
Try to,
Yeah.
not episode. Let's try to keep it
Yeah. Unless
Pretty quick.
I mean, unless Bureau wants this armor that
shopping
Ren
segment.
was gonna use, then
Yeah. Would you use this armor, Bureau, if we got you armor?
I know this is a bit more
Potentially.
personal to you.
What do you have right now?
I have a +1 breastplate. I could certainly use as many more AC as is possible to gain.
Okay.
Well, let's go see about finding you.
And
All
how
right.
much? Like what type of armor? How many scales? Like you said, one set of armor. What armor would that be, Bill? That we have enough for?
You could, like there's enough to make a set of heavy armor.
Okay. So then if we
or it depends on what kind of armor you're making. You might have a little bit left over.
okay. Do we still have that? 30 pounds of scales left of the blue?
You do have some leftover blue scales left.
And blue,
Would it
black and
be-
blue. Damn.
Yeah. Would it be beneficial to mix them together? Could we do that?
You don't know.
All right. Well, let's
Piero-
figure.
You
Piero
can certainly
really,
try and find out.
Karoon would love blue and black dragon scale armor because that just sounds boss.
Badass.
do it.
Yeah, it does.
Let's do it.
Sounds
Let's do it.
baller.
Yeah, why not? Let's just do it. So
Just
we
do
go
it.
to we ask around for sake of brevity.
You don't have to
We
ask around. You're with Tara.
Oh, hey, Tara, who's like the absolute best armor crafter? High five.
Bronze grip iron works.
All right, which way is that?
She leads you there. Is you thought you've seen crazy smithing, armoring, and weaponsmith setups before? This is like
Amazing.
If what's the name of that from the movie Big, that toy store in New York City?
Oh shit.
F.A. Schwartz.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Aveo Schwartz.
FAO Schwartz. This is like that, but for like armor and weapons and dwarven
Damn.
craftsmen.
I love it. I'm in love. This is amazing. All right.
Just like dwarves and gnomes, like the craziest, like smithing, hammering, just like
If the Allhammer had a shop on the prime material plane, this would be it.
yeah, pretty much as
Mhm.
close as it's gonna get.
So Tara, who's like the top dog of this place that could make something with this stuff?
They kind of work as a team.
So there's not really like an absolute amazing, like legendary crafter that works here. It's
They
pretty much-
concentrate so specifically on things. They literally teamwork it. Like they have a master of pauldrons and a master of greaves and a master of bracers, and like that's how like detailed and fine-tuned they get.
How much do they charge?
You said the best.
Right. Well, let's
We have
just
plenty of cash.
we have plenty of cat. We just want to know.
They're not inexpensive. Again, it depends on what you're looking for.
All right. You dwarf, sir. Can I have your ear for a minute?
No, you can't have my ear, but I'll listen to what you have to say.
Ah, you're funny. Listen, I have a whole bunch of ancient black dragon and blue dragon scales and teeth and claws, and I'm wondering what you can make. Would you like my business?
I mean, that's a long list.
I have lots of money. Would you like my business?
Yes, I mean,
Give him the business.
obviously, I mean,
Can
Need
you
us to
make
be
a
more
really
specific.
awesome breastplate?
can I make a really awesome breastplate? Yes, that's a bit more specific. Unless you wanted me to stand here for the next couple hours telling you all the different things I could craft from all of those things.
No, we need us not hear the entire list.
Not the entire list. No.
That's
I
literally what you just asked me for.
You're right. I'm terribly sorry. I just don't know what you can make from the teeth and the claws.
Sonny, I can
honestly,
make
so.
anything from anything. Okay,
Okay. Interesting. I like
this
this.
is the bronze grip metal works. The Allhammer himself would be honored to work at this forge.
Well, that's a ballsy thing to say. I like the cut of your jib.
Well, okay. So here's the blue dragon scales and here's the black dragon scales. We need to make him a lot beefier, and a lot harder to hit. So yeah, whatever he wants. He go with that. That's
How
that
much
one.
time do I have?
Bureau, how much time do we have?
Until slightly before a Tarrasque kills us all.
So not very long.
I'm sorry, what?
Giving me a look like, what did we just learn from that one town about
Okay.
starting a
How quickly
panic?
can you produce this? Your
What
best work.
do you want me to like, son? I'm more than happy to take coin off you to craft something. You need to tell me what it is you want.
A breastplate made of these scales that can make me as hard as possible to hit, and ideally as tough as possible, if at all, when I do get hit.
Okay, and what's my time frame?
What is
Oh.
a reasonable time frame? Was a week good enough?
The
2 weeks.
the more intricate a creation you want, the longer it's going to take. Look at it this way. There's 3 prongs, right? And you can have only 2 of them. There's fast, quality, and cost. There's speed, quality, and cost.
I'll take the first 2 prongs.
Speed and quality.
Yep.
So it's going to be expensive as shit.
I mean.
And you say you've got that kind of coin?
What
How
is that
much
kind
Yeah.
of coin to you?
I'm gonna go ahead and just say yes.
Out of RP, what are you looking for, Bureau?
Like ideally like a +3 breastplate that would, if possible, at least have acid or lightning resistance.
Okay.
Preferably lightning, I suppose.
Here's what you can do. What he says is, if you give him a time frame, day, weeks, whatever it is, and he will attempt to make as gnarly a thing as he can, and then when you come to pick it up, depending on how awesome he is, he will set a price for you.
So do we, like, for me to answer that, right? Like I have to have a sense of when we're going to be fighting a Tarrasque. So
Which we don't.
do we think, like, and I would ask Tara, based on whatever she's found out from talking to Singorn and everybody else, does she, like, is it a matter of a couple of days and then the Tarrasque is going to be in Singorn, or
She has no idea. Unfortunately, that depends on so many different things. It depends on so many different decisions that you all make, because a lot of this time frame is tied to you guys, and a lot of it is information that she doesn't have. She doesn't have an eye on the movements, on the troop movements. That is something she's been concentrating on, the politics here, trying to get you guys dwarven soldiers. The person who's been concentrating on that and kind of trying to have the bird's eye view is the council in Amman.
okay. Then I'm just gonna throw out 3 days unless somebody has a better idea.
I don't know, honestly. I mean,
I do not know how long shall
Give 'em a week at least.
a week must be.
All right,
I
in
mean,
3 days, if you give, all right, so let me help you out here. You give him a time frame of 3 days. His second question for you, depending on how much manpower or manpower he wants to put towards this, are you looking to spend in the thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of thousands of gold?
So we
Or
have.
let me phrase it, are you willing to spend in the thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of gold pieces?
So we have a shit ton of coin. Let's
Yes.
convert
We're
that to math.
sitting total, I
Yeah.
think, around 400,000 gold.
Yes.
I know just in my bag I have 93,000.
Okay, we have 30,890 platinum, which would convert into
380,000 gold.
Yeah.
okay. And then we have 35,000 gold.
All right. So if
So
I
we're sitting around 500,000 gold pieces.
So I
okay,
mean, if you wanted to give him all the gold, I mean, and then some, I mean,
what else? What other plans do we have for the coin? If I were to throw out a maximum of like 100,000 gold worth, is that gonna be a
I
problem?
mean, we
for-
need some certain amount for whatever imprisonment focus we end up getting.
Yes.
That's
yeah.
true.
And I think it was said 1,500 gold pieces to get me back in for 48 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we need at least 1,500 for that. I think 100,000 would be reasonable. I don't see anything wrong with that.
I mean, I don't want to use like all the coin. I know you guys probably have ideas and need stuff too. So I just
And
don't
we've got
want
some
those.
teeth and claws.
I
We might
mean,
as well
yeah.
turn those into weapons while we're here, if anybody
Yeah.
needs a weapon upgrade.
I mean, why not? I mean, give Vanya some extra arsenal. Maybe Renata give her some extra arsenal of something when we fight dragons. I don't know. I don't know
Perhaps
what he could
converting
turn
them into
into.
ranged weapons.
True. We could do
I
that
could
too.
Actually, I
use
was
some-
thinking about seeing if I could get the wrist crossbow that Fike made enchanted, so it's at least like +1 or something like that to help
Plus
with that.
Thunderbrain can do something like
Hey!
that for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've never
Great.
had teeth or claws, so I don't really know what we can do with them. I know you can make like daggers
The
out
teeth
of
you could
claws.
probably convert into dagger or smaller size things. The claws could be carved down into javelin sized things.
Okay.
The claws or the teeth could be like, as far as like thrown weapons are concerned, daggers, the heads of hand axes. The claws are quite a bit bigger, so javelins, spearheads, if you wanted like thrown weapons like that, or if you wanted to go even smaller, uh, bolt and arrowheads and stuff like that.
Yeah, Vanya's
As
some
Well,
javelins.
as well as Auden and Vo have done me so far, I could use
Yeah,
a
we
few
can
more
give we
hand
can
axes.
we could also do something for Kursk. We can give him something as well, because like, what does he have for armor?
Plus
He
one plate.
has +1 full plate, I believe, right?
Okay, that's good. He's good with that at least. I think we gave him.
He
gave
has
him a
my
pretty-
great axe.
Yep.
Only has one weapon.
Just +1 vicious great axe. He has no ranged weapons.
So yeah, he's a battle master. So why don't we make the teeth and the claws and give him most of them, and if Renata, Biro, Vanya, or Fike want some, we can give you guys some too.
Oh, the bolts, some bolts for the hand crossbow would be great.
Yeah. So we'll get a couple bolts for Renata. I don't know if Fike wants anything.
Each
Biro,
tooth could be converted into 3 bolt heads or arrowheads, or 1 spearhead or javelin, or I'm sorry, or 1 dagger or hand axe. So each tooth can either be 3 arrow or bolt heads, or 1 dagger or hand axe blade, and then the
Okay.
claws could be 1 spearhead or javelin.
Okay.
Spear
So
or
I would-
javelin. Sorry.
So I would say let's give. Could we make anything? Oh, we got rid of the horn, so we can't make a bow. I was thinking like, what if we gave him made him arrows as well?
Kursk has terrible dexterity.
Okay, so let's not do that.
Kursk has 10 dex.
Hello, yes, I am your dex. I'm your dex fighter here.
Exactly.
Well, we have to give him some kind of range.
Well, okay, let's turn all 6
What
claws
about a
into
reach?
jab. Let's turn.
I like that. Giving him a reach.
Yeah, that could work.
Because we could give him a spear like I have, and that gives him 10-foot reach.
If we're going that route, we could just as well like give him a halberd or a glaive or something.
Ooh, I like that. That's a good idea.
Fucking halberd, that'd be great.
Can we turn one of the claws into like a halberd head?
Absolutely.
Is there enough claw?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's turn one of the claws into a halberd head. Let's turn the other claws into javelins, and we can distribute those as we need to. And then, how many crossbow bolts do you want, Ren?
Perhaps 10 or so?
10, so
Okay, so let's give her a couple extra and say 4
yeah,
teeth.
If we make,
12.
yeah, if we took 4 teeth, that would make 12.
Uh-huh. And then that leaves us with 8 teeth to turn into hand axes for Kursk or for any of the rest of us who want them.
We could also outfit. We could also outfit some of the garrisons as well.
We certainly could.
So why don't we do that? Why don't we give Kursk the halberd? We take 4 teeth, make Renata her bolts, and then we just use the rest to outfit whatever fighters that are in our ranks as of right now.
And in the meantime, we can use them to fight people.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I mean, Grandpa Stedos is going to give us whatever, hopefully, give us whatever the horn and the acid gland is. And I mean, maybe we might have to pay him. So that's kind of why I'm thinking maybe we should save the money.
We've got plenty of money right now. And somehow I doubt that we're going to run short anytime soon with the amount of money we've been picking up.
So let's say we just make the rest spears and axes. Is that safe to say?
Javelins, but yeah, sure.
Okay.
Then they can be thrown.
Wait, so I could still throw my spear. Spears can still be thrown.
Oh, okay. Then we'll make them spears.
And then we'll just
Slightly
give those...
different on range. Spears have slightly less range. Spears thrown range is 2060, whereas javelins thrown range
3090 or something.
are 3120.
Oh.
3120.
Yeah, but the other
Well,
thing
if we
is
want
with
these to be ranged, then
yeah, but the other thing with spears is it gives them more versatility when they're actually up front. So
But who's going to be using them?
Huh?
Who's going to be using them if Kursk is
The garrisons? The garrisons. We're going to be handing it out to the we're going to be outfitting the garrisons to make them stronger when we fight the war.
I mean, we've got 5 of them.
You don't have enough to outfit a regiment.
Yeah, we've got 5 of them.
Then I would say we give them to the generals of the garrisons.
Sure.
Make those generals better so that they make their garrison better.
Not to be that guy, but their regiments, not garrisons. Those are 2 very different things. Garrisons are someone I know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm just trying to help. Regiments are like the group of people that you lead. Garrison is like the ones that you garrison back at the base. Like, they're
got it.
Yeah.
So we'd make 5 spears, and we would give those to the people leading those forces.
Sure.
Is that safe to say?
So 1 claw for halberd, 4 claws or 4 teeth for bolts. That's 12 bolts for red. 8 teeth for hand axes, and then 5 claws for spears.
I like it. Anybody object?
No.
Cool.
All right. You watch as The head dwarf there assembles teams of a couple dozen to get to work on all this for you guys.
All right.
Says everything should be done in 3 days.
Perfect.
And that's all within the 100,000, or would we
No,
pay
all
extra
that
for
extra
the
stuff
weapons?
is outside of that. And again, the 100,000 isn't set. It depends on how well he does in the 3 days. He may come back and they may not have done very well, and it's going to be less than 100,000.
Hmm.
Or, it's going to be like he's asking for a price range. Like, what are you looking to spend? Like when we used to work
Okay.
at the car dealership, someone comes in and you're like, "What's your budget? Like, what do you look at?" That's what he's asking.
Got
Like,
it.
what's your range
What are you looking to
that
spend?
you're going to
Yeah.
be in? Yeah. So yeah. So 3 days, you come back. All that other stuff, the dragon, like all the weapon stuff, he says that's gonna be easy. He'll knock that out for you. That's probably gonna be a few thousand gold pieces. Um, the
Would it cost more for him to make it like theoretically a +1 plus something, or no?
that's part of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, he's gonna do nice stuff for you. You'll see
Sweet.
when you get back. But yeah.
Sweet.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Hmm.
So it only seems like there's one group that would benefit from this, and it seems like it's the light infantry. The other ones seem to be all ranged.
I mean,
So
we
far-
can deal with who gets what when
We get it.
we
Okay.
have them, and we have a better idea of who's coming with us.
Precisely.
Sounds good, because we might recruit some Dragonborn that are able to use it, so we'll just figure it out later.
We'll figure it out later. It doesn't matter who gets them right now. What matters is that they're getting made, and we'll have them done before we go to the fight.
Indeed.
Sounds good. Is there
All right.
anything else while we are here that we want made that we have? Or are we all good?
Hmm.
I'd rather, get it all out of the way now.
Nah.
And
Ren has her
then-
armor and weapons, so.
Yeah, I don't have anything I want made. I would like if Tara knows any potions.
But
Sorry.
could Step perhaps get botting for Crackle?
Oh,
certainly-
yes.
What kind of barding?
That is the question.
Don't we
Like
still
a-
have that saddle?
Like a breastplate that Vike uses it for valor.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Other things.
definitely. Hey.
Not even there. That's going on. What's going on, guys?
Your spirit lives on. So the equivalent of breastplate, but for barding.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I like that. It's very Shango.
+1 or
That would be nice. If they have any of those extra blue dragon scale. No, that wouldn't really work for her.
there's not going to be near enough
Yeah, that's
for
fair.
barding takes a lot more
Yeah.
material than they could provide you with the equivalent of breastplate +1 breastplate barding in a day, which is the same amount of time it's going to take for the other dragon bone and claw stuff.
Mm-hmm.
For Crackle, for 4,100 gold pieces.
Is everyone all right with that?
Yeah, he needs
Yeah.
it.
That's not much relative to what we have
If
right
you
now.
wanted a damage resistance tied to that, they could do that as well, but it would increase the cost significantly.
I'm trying to figure out what kind would be most useful for that.
Wait, did you say 4,100 or 41,000?
4,100.
Oh, then, yeah, totally.
Yeah,
do it.
absolutely.
Go ahead, do it. I thought
That's
you said
without
41,000.
No, 4,100. That's without the damage resistance.
Hmm.
That's just +1.
See what the damage resistance costs and what you want. Like, do it.
Ask.
Mm,
We have more than enough money.
perhaps fire or lightning.
They can do that. They have it available, and it would increase the price to an even 10,000
For both or just one?
for +1 for one of the two, fire or lightning resistance.
And she's trying to figure out what would be most.
How
Useful
much would
there.
it be for both? Can they not do
They
both?
can't do the both,
Okay.
one or the other.
Or, actually, what kind of?
I mean, he dropped a meteor on us.
did.
He did. He did
I
do
really
that.
did.
That was fire, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, fire.
Bludgeoning. It was bludgeoning and fire, but yeah.
Okay.
Fire is not fun.
Because like at least with a mounted combatant, technically, he basically has a type of evasion when it comes to dex stuff. So if
But
there's
it's always nice to have resistance.
yes, exactly. That's very true. So yeah, fire.
Okay. That is, yeah, totally.
Thank you.
10,000 gold pieces.
And ask if they could put like a little lightning bolt symbol on it, like a chord symbol.
Sure.
Yay.
Sure.
So Vanya, are you being accountant for us since you know the exact amount of how much we have?
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm
Accountant
bad with
Barb. I love
numbers.
this idea. Like the full
As-
suit
yeah.
and tie.
As for the teeth and claw weapons, they can
Mhm.
also give you that price now, as that's a much more basic thing that they're doing.
Okay.
They can make that halberd a +1 vicious halberd.
Ooh, yeah.
That'd be dope.
And the bolts and hand axes and spears all normal +1, and for all of that together, that would cost you an additional 20,000.
Okay.
Okay. I'm taking this off of the platinum in my bag. So can we prepay for it?
Yeah, for that, yes.
Okay. I give him a 3,000 platinum sack. Or a sack with 3,000
Alright,
platinum in it.
he happily takes it. All of that stuff, sans, so the barding armor and all the teeth and claw weapons will be ready tomorrow,
Oh,
Cool.
or in 24 hours. So like the end of the day tomorrow. The fancy breastplate will be 3 days, and that price will depend on. It's going to be around 100,000 gold pieces, give or take, depending on how well they do in that time frame.
Cool.
No worries.
all
Appreciate
right.
it, guys.
Absolutely, man. We can't have you die again because we don't have the diamonds to bring you back like we did with Ren. So we don't want you to die. Fike, on the other hand, might want you to, but no, we're not doing that.
You can stop talking now.
You oversized handbag.
The one who's so charismatic, Noxus, you have a bit of difficulty with it sometimes.
You know, I have this condition where I just say what's on my mind and I don't really think about it, and people still like me. I don't know why.
I don't.
Huge. We go to the Value of Valor and see if they have any remove curse scrolls to, fix up craziness once we go to the abyss.
Yeah,
You can.
idea.
They. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for.
Oh, greater restoration.
They have
Portable Heroes Feast.
Yeah, Heroes Feast.
Do you have a Heroes Feast dim sum on a
Sure.
cart?
I wish
push it around.
Heroes Feast was a warlock spell so bad right now.
Can we pack up a Heroes Feast in Tupperware or something?
Get it to go.
Take it around.
Like a Friendsgiving.
But they do have a gem encrusted bowl pre-enchanted with said spell.
Oh shit.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Let's get that.
That-
Yes.
that
You have
costs,
two. You have
that-
two.
They do not have two. They only have the one. And that costs 5,000 gold pieces.
Totally.
Sold.
They also have one scroll of remove curse and 2 potions of greater restoration and 2 potions of lesser restoration, as
Do
well
they-
as
sorry.
several healing potions if you're interested.
I mean, did we use any from the last one? I think I still have a.
Let's buy all the healing potions that we find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the healing, all the greater restoration.
Yeah.
They have one
Uh.
superior. They have one superior, 2 graders, and 4 normies.
Hmm.
4 regulars.
Let's get them all.
I also, because this guy was very shitty to me, I will pay him out of my giant portable hole filled with money.
Okay.
Just reaching an arm to hole.
No, I'm opening up a 20-foot wide hole and go, oh, yes, I didn't have a lot of money before.
I'm rich
Also,
now.
So that's 1,500 gold pieces for the superior, 500 for each of the 2 graders, and 50 for each of the 4 regular healing potions.
What about the greater restorations and remove curse and Heroes Feast? Heroes Feast was 5.
Yeah.
So
The graders, excuse me, the greater restoration potions are 2,500 each. The lesser restorations are 750 each.
Okay, right now with all the healing potions, we're at 2,700. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that
And
puts us
then-
at 14,000 total.
14,000 total with Heroes Feast.
If I did the math right in my head.
Heroes plus potions.
also, I will ask this man again why they named the shop The Value of Valor.
He with all of your coin that you're spending, he's happy to answer that he's a fan of alliteration. Dwarves value valor, and he knows his target market.
You have any
Also,
potions of flying?
I think we actually have one.
Oh, we do?
Oh, we did.
Why was I jumping off of trees to get to that fucking dragon?
I
then?
thought you used it at some point.
Yeah.
I think you used it at
Oh,
some point.
yeah.
You used it against the.
Bandrick fight.
Oh, I'm,
Yeah,
I'm getting real sick of having to jump off of trees and walls and shit to get to all these flying assholes we keep fighting.
Wait, don't we still have the spider? Don't we still have the spider?
That's different.
boots?
Climb boots.
If
Yeah,
you
you
need
do
to
have boots of spider climb. Yes.
I can also.
Yeah, but
I'll
I'd
give.
need to attune.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'd give Vonnie the winged boost,
I'm
but
full on attunement slots.
yeah, yeah.
They have one potion of flying. It is 2,500 gold pieces.
Buy it.
So 14 plus 2,500, 1,650. 16,500. Sorry.
Shopping episode.
Not episode, like segment.
I mean,
Bill's
We're
like, "No,
trying.
come on, we got places to be, people.
We got the
Bill-
scroll of remove curse in there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, I mean, it's not o'clock, but
Okay, so I will.
I get to you
Vaughn,
get
do you,
all this
Vaughn-
coin and you wanna, and it's burning a hole in your bag of holding, but
burn a hole in a portal hole.
Vanya, did you want to put this in your bag, or do you want me to put it in my bag?
I'll take the potion of flying, but other than that, you can have the rest.
Alrighty. So.
Bill, is this guy my dad? I want to know that.
is this guy your dad?
Are you my dad?
No. He's not your
G.I.
dad.
Joe.
Heroes
I
Feast.
inside check the DM.
He is not your dad.
Alright.
Casting. He really isn't? Oh man. One superior.
Any more shopping, or shall we rest?
Rest sounds very good.
All right.
Armor swap, Ren. Wait,
Armor swap, he said.
gotta put the +2 on, and I gotta take yours.
4 regular.
Certainly.
We're doing that still.
Yes.
That is an affirmative, it sounds like.
Awesome.
All right, you guys swap out. Ren, you now have the +2 armor. Fike, you have the +1 armor.
Awesome.
What level is the remove curse?
It's a 3rd level spell, I believe.
Did we use the last one, or we still have that one, guys?
What?
I believe you still have it.
We do.
Okay, so then we have 2.
Yes.
Thank you.
You guys head back to House Thunderbrand, and get yourselves a long rest,
Hooray!
Yay.
so you can refill all your stuff.
Alrighty.
Vero, how does it feel having spell slots again?
Oh my god, I was feeling naked.
So we have a Hero's Feast casting. We have 1 superior healing, 2 greater healings, 4 regular healings. We have 2 remove we bought 1 remove curse, which gives us 2. What else did we purchase? I know that Vanya has the
2
flying.
potions of greater restoration and 2 potions of lesser restoration.
2 greater restoration. 2 lesser. Restoration. If I could spell. And what was the ones right after the restorations?
I think that's it,
That was it.
isn't it?
All right.
Yep.
All right then. We are caught up.
Hooray!
You awake in the morning, refreshed. You're back to full hit points. You regain half your level and hit dice if you were down any. You regain all of your spell slots if you didn't have any.
Whoa.
You get Nox's temporary hit point thing,
Yep.
which is
That's
I
8.
don't
Yeah.
remember. I think it's 8 temporary hit points, right, Nox?
It's half of 18.
9.
9. 9!
9.
Because I leveled up.
Yep. So you get 9 temporary hit points. Is it half your total level or half your warlock level?
Oh.
Check that out for me and get back to me.
Ren, did you take the Ring of Spellstoring back?
No, not yet.
Well, you can have it if you would like it.
These temporary hit points equal your warlock level plus your charisma modifier. My modifier is 5, and I am 13.
That's for yourself, though, right? For the other people.
It's half of that.
Half
other
of
people.
that?
Yes.
So it's how many levels in warlock do you have?
13.
13 plus 5 is 18. So yeah, so it is
9.
9. Yeah. Just real quick check-in, because there's been a lot of switching around. What's everybody attuned to at the moment?
Guess of the Changebringer, Olam Flute, Frostbrand Rapier.
I sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was saying if we switch back, then spell storing ring, swords, and winged boots at the moment.
So you're unattuning to the Iron Stone of Mastery?
Oh shit, there was that. That was what I switched to. Shit. I'm gonna I'll unattune to the winged boots for the moment.
Okay.
Because I do like the mastery. Forgot about that.
I have the
Hilarious.
spear, the ring of evasion, and the amulet, which I would like to roll my D3. Yeah,
Yes.
1D3. How do I roll
So
for
you
that?
roll a d6. A 1 and a 2 is 1, a 3 and a 4 is 2, and a 5 and a 6 is 3.
Okay. Rolling a D6.
Hey.
You get 2 charges back.
So I'm back to full.
Nice. Noxus, would you be able to refill this with one of the armors?
What? Say that again. I'm sorry.
The spell storing ring with the armor of Agathis.
Oh, right. Yeah. I will touch it, and I will do so.
Thank you.
Alrighty. You guys have breakfast. Nox, you cast an Armor of Agathis into the Ring of Spell Storing. What would you like to do?
When is the council meeting?
Shortly.
Oh, please tell me I don't have to go to this.
You don't have to go to this.
Thank you for telling me that. Kursk.
Yes.
Well, you've become a knight, which means you have to pay attention to these things. I'm very sorry to tell you.
Oh no, he's sending the intern in his place.
You see his shoulders slouch and his head kind of.
This is why I didn't want you to become a knight.
Well, Vanya, you didn't know
very
we made you
sorry.
a knight too overnight.
No, you fucking didn't. You tried to. I was very explicit in my rejection.
Wait, you don't remember getting drunk last night and saying that you would do it?
Nox, I haven't forgotten what I've been doing when I was drunk since I was 30.
That's what you think.
Ren just starts laughing in the corner of her breakfast.
That's what I know.
If we
I
don't
am
want to
pretty-
go, we should probably get going though, whoever is coming.
Kursk,
Well, I guess
you
I
should
will.
go with them.
I will
am gonna go find
I will play closer
You'll
heed
find-
to your warnings in the future.
Does not
a
matter.
good idea. I am going to go find a bar.
I will glibness myself just before we go in whatever building has the council meeting in it.
Sure.
All right, Bureau, you ready for this?
Let's do it.
Ren, what are you doing?
She'll go just to be moral support, and she at least knows how this sort of thing works, kind of.
Are you sure you want to go to this red? We can go find a bar and... Oh, wait, no, you're a lord or something, aren't you? That means you have to go.
Technically speaking, you still hold a title in Whitestone.
I do.
I'm pretty sure that means you have to go. I don't know a
We'll
lot
say
about
as he is
nobility
not
here.
here. We'll say as he is not here, Fike volunteers to go with
Mike
Vaughn.
is here.
Well, he's not here. He's listening in.
Well, Mike is also a lord, but
Yeah, you're a lord too. I'm the only one of you who's not a lord, which means I'm the only one who gets to do as I please.
Actually, Bureau's
My
not a
name, I am Lord Deviant, so I'm allowed to do whatever the hell I want. So I will go out drinking.
Biero's not a
Fike
lord.
go to find.
Yeah, but you have
they don't have
obligations
car.
and stuff.
Biero, Ren, and Noxus and Terra head to the council
I'm
chambers.
gonna have just tell Crackle to rest here since he needs it after all that.
Terra says that he was placed in the stables last night.
Okay.
The House Thunderbrand stables last
Okay.
night.
Hey, Bureau. After
Oh,
this,
Michael.
we'll make you a lord.
Not really necessary, but we can worry about that later.
I mean, you kind of deserve it. So, I mean,
I
And
appreciate that.
as they're going, Ren's just gonna fall back with Kursk and just mutter to him, despite what Vanya said, it is not so bad, and also these aren't dwarves, so perhaps it shall be more interesting than you would expect.
I will withhold my judgment. The four of you head off into the fancier district of Craghammer, as Fike and Vanya head into the less fancier district of Craghammer to go get drunk. You are led by Terra into a grand hall, surprisingly grand for the very few amount of people that are actually in here. You can see that there is a pentagonal table crafted of stone that appears to be carved right out of the floor. And the center of it is cut out, and in there is a brazier that burns with a great flame. At what would be the bottom of the pentagon, or the flat bottom or the head, sits what you assume is Ironkeeper Gradam Greyspine, an older dwarf that is probably in his late 3rd, early 4th century of life. He has more gray hair than black hair now, though you can still see some bits of black strands in his hair and beard. He sits in fine dwarven robes with what appears to be mostly ceremonial armor. Flanking him on either side, you see Lord Nostock Greyspine on his right, and a female dwarf you are unfamiliar with that is wearing very much not ceremonial armor, very functional armor. From a quick glance, Ren, you're instantly able to recognize what is probably the personal bodyguard, as you are very familiar with such a position. The personal bodyguard of Gradam Greyspine, probably also a Greyspine of some rank in the family. Immediately to the right of the Greyspine household is where you go and sit, all behind Terra, who is the representative of House Thunderbrand here. You can now see on the table as you get closer, on each side of the pentagon, in that section of the table, you can see what looks like carved into the table are the sigils for each house. And there being the sigil of House Thunderbrand. She sits down. There are chairs behind her for you all to sit in, as she is representing House Thunderbrand at this meeting. To the left of Gradam Greyspine is House Zuthorn, sitting there in very kind of Spartan, stark, functional clothing that could almost be mistaken as fancy workman's clothes, is a woman with gray hair tied up into a bun, with small spectacles that sit on the edge of her nose, with a very stern look on her face. And at the two-sided point of the pentagon, from the Greyspine perspective on the right, so to the next to where you guys are sitting, is what Terra explains to be to House Glorindar, Sitting there is what looks to be probably a middle-aged dwarf male wearing a breastplate with the traditional carver's scar carved into it. Relatively short, shorn hair on top, and less of a beard and more of a thick mustache that goes into the sideburns that connects up into the hair. Missing their left arm up to the elbow. And opposite them, and kind of kitty corner from you guys, in what looks almost like a ceremonial blacksmith's apron, adorned with the same crest that sits on the table, is another male dwarf with a couple of burn scars on the face and on the forearms, with fiery red hair that is balding on the top, but that comes down into a tightly braided beard that goes down the front, is House Bronze Grip. As everyone, they are all flanked with their respective retainers of different, their entourages, as it were, of different sizes. As Grotum Greyspine, the Iron Keeper, takes what is essentially a hunk of iron ore on the table, like not carved into nothing, just like a solid hunk of pure iron ore, and bangs it on the table to bring the meeting to order. And he kind of gruffly says, "This is the," and he kind of leans into Nostock, who whispers in his ear, and he nods, "fourth straight day of these negotiations. So in a vain attempt to try to get to a conclusion, let's try to get right into things and pick up where we left off with the only thing on the docket for the day, whether or not to support the rest of the great cities of Taldore in this defensive campaign against the Iron Authority." And with a look of almost like regret and fear of actually putting forth this, who would like to begin? like a look of dread on their face of being forced to have to say this to start the negotiations, or the chamber is like, who would like to begin? Do any of you pipe up?
I kind of am inclined to see how things play
Yeah.
out.
Okay.
I'm in the same boat.
Okay.
Depending on how long they are going to take with your glibness.
I assume you cast that as you were walking into the building, right,
Yeah.
Bureau?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you will say you've got 57 minutes left on it.
Okay.
At that point, Lady Zerthorn says, "I don't know why we are still discussing this matter. It is obvious we are at a stalemate, a split vote, as House Greyspine won't take a side, and clearly the rules of the five families state that a majority must rule to rule in favor of something, so this shouldn't even be a discussion anymore." At that point, Lord Glorendar kind of slams his fist on the table, and he says, "The people of House Zurthorn may be cowards that want to cower under the mountain because they're afraid of falling up into the sky. But this threat comes for all of Taldore, and no matter how deep," and he kind of turns and looks towards the Bronze Grip representative and says, "no matter how deep we delve, as House Thunderbrand has said, there's no hiding from this. And I, for one, don't intend to make the same mistake we did hundreds of years ago and either ignoring this conflict or joining the wrong side. At that point, the Bronze Grip representative, Lord Bronze Grip, kind of taking offense to what Glorindar says, it's not an act of cowardice, it's an act of survival. Have you not heard the reports coming in of what's going on? That thing just made a march from the bottom tip of the Rifen Mist Peninsula through the jungles of the Rifen Mist and is nearly on the doorstep, from what we've heard recently, of Singorn. I, for one, don't wish to meet this thing in an open field. If we intend to have or are forced to meet it, I wish to do it where dwarves fight best, under a mountain, surrounded by our defenses. You can call it cowardice. I call it strategy and leaning into our strengths. Sorry, go ahead.
From a protocol standpoint, are we able to just kind of chime in?
It looks that way, yeah.
Okay. And if you wait for them to approach your doorstep, what happens to the rest of the people on the allies up above?
He kind of looks over at you, kind of surprised that a non-dwarf is piping up. At this point, Tara stands up and says, "This is Biero Brevin. He's a close personal friend of House Thunderbrand and is here to represent the people outside of Craghammer and speak on their behalf, as well as the rest of his friends." She sits back down, and now everyone kind of regards you with a bit more, okay, I guess he's allowed to speak, kind of air. And Bronze Grip turns and looks at you and says, "Not to sound heartless, but those people don't concern me. The people of Craghammer do."
And I'm sure you are, and I was not necessarily appealing to your heart, but the future. What happens after that monster marches through all the people of Iman and Westron and all the people that you have trade relationships with? And perhaps the monster beats itself to death on the mighty walls of Craghammer. But once that's done, what's left for you to trade with?
Make a persuasion check.
I mean, I had something to say. Never mind.
I will.
But never mind.
You use
15, so-
glibness, right? So
Yeah.
your minimum roll is a 15, so it's
Yep.
the lowest you can roll is a 30, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Not bad. Not bad.
What did you want to say, Noxus?
I was gonna say to help give him advantage. I was gonna say, and you know, no matter how many diamonds or ore or whatever it is you mine, it doesn't help that there's nobody to give it to. I mean, you could give it to the drow if you're that desperate after everyone's dead.
With significantly less confidence, Lord Bronzegrip says, "Well, we," and he kind of perks. "We could pick through the ashes.
And then
There
what?
are other continents." And he
Other
kind of
continents who will see that you abandoned those on your doorstep.
Tara
Yeah, and
pipes in right after you and says, "Again."
Again. The way I
Yeah.
see it, you have three options or three potential outcomes. One is you sit aside and perhaps you survive. And with the outcome of that, you're surrounded by hobgoblins on one side and Durgar on the other, with no friendly faces in between. Or you sit aside And the allies on the top are victorious. And they win, and they realize that they did it without the benefit of the vaunted construction and military might and wares of Craghammer. And then they begin to question, well, how much are we willing to pay for that stuff in the future if it didn't help us in the biggest fight we'll ever see? Or you help and you strengthen your relationships and your trade routes, and you'll see that the allies up above will welcome your wares and find that if they survive, it was with the aid of the mighty dwarves and their mighty crafts. Which is the best option to you?
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Yeah.
I'll take a 30.
So another 30.
Another dirty 30.
A dirty 30. The bronze grip representative kind of gets quiet and leans back in their chair, kind of contemplating what you're saying, and doesn't really retort or respond anyway. House Lady Zuthorn from House Zuthorn sits a little bit more forward, interlocking her fingers and looking at you, and says, "You make a compelling argument. Biero, was it?
Indeed, Lady Zuthorn.
However, I assume you have some sort of plan to deal with this. You don't expect us to just throw our lives into the grinder and gears, as it were."
Of course not. I expect myself and my friends to throw our lives into the grinder and gears so that the rest of you may survive. We have begun rounding up allies amongst the peoples of
Almost interrupt
Whitestone.
you. It says, "And how many forces have you been able to gather to you thus far?"
So Karun is trying to remember out of character. So we've got
Four.
Whitestone 4.
Yeah, we have four different things right now.
4
Okay.
regiments.
Okay.
Yep. We have
We-
Whitestone, and then archers from Vexalia,
Which is
and
also
then-
Whitestone.
and then we have the militia from Turst, and then we just gained a
Yeah,
fourth.
Still
one.
been.
You don't
Right?
have the.
We don't
From
Turst
Turst.
yet.
You
Well,
have,
then what was-
if I'm remembering correctly, you have the battle mages from House Thunderbrand. who are
That's who
going-
we have.
You have the militia from Stillben, and you have the riflemen of Whitestone and the Grey Hunt of Whitestone.
That
A
is
lot
correct.
of light infantry and ranged things. You don't have a lot of frontline
Heavy.
fighters at the moment.
And
So-
if I may speak, we are headed over to speak with the Dragonkin as soon as we are done here for their aid as well. And I can guarantee you I will be able to get their help.
We've allied several forces so far. 4 regiments, as it were, along with some other heroic allies. And we mean to go from here to several other places and rally people to the cause. And given what your own reports are telling you, I'm sure the other major cities of Taldore are seeing the same and see the wisdom in providing a united front against these enemies rather than allowing them to pick us off one by one.
Noxus and Biero can make persuasion checks.
I'll keep that one.
Keep the 31. You can see, as an architect, as a head of the Architect and Masons Guild, you can see the gears turning in her head, like she's doing equations, math equations in her head as she's leaning forward. She sits back, kind of apparently finished questioning you. At this point, Grotum leans forward and says, kind of looks over at you, and you kind of lock eyes with Nostock for a second, and he kind of gives that same disconcerting half-cocked grin that he gave last time you guys impressed him, and just kind of like is just kind of like nodding to himself a little bit, almost imperceptibly. And
He likes
Grotum,
us.
you're shrewd negotiators, and he respects that. Grotum leans forward and picks up the hunk of ore and cracks it on the table again, and he says, let's call a vote. Hopefully we can resolve this, and I won't have to skip my goat ride through the farmlands on the peak.
I whisper to Bureau. There's farmlands here.
Apparently. He says, all in favor of lending Craghammer's military might, crafting skill, and architectural genius to this campaign to defend the continent. Immediately, Lord Glorendar stands up, as well as Terra stands up. On the opposite side of the table, you see Lady Zuthorn kind of finish her calculations in her head, kind of tilts her head back and forth, kind of mulling it over, slowly pushes her chair back and stands up. Lord Bronze Grip kind of looking around. You get the sense, almost not wanting to be left out, begrudgingly stands up as well. And lastly, that female dwarf with the armor on pulls out Grotum's Iron Keeper Grotum's chair as he stands up. And it appears to be unanimous consent around the table. Grotum says, as it appears to be his place to speak first, says, House Greyspine will provide you with a regiment of heavy infantry and our lauded goat knights. House Thunderbrand says, as you and Terra says, you're already aware that our battle mages have already pledged themselves to your cause. The Lord Glorendar says, House Glorendar has 2 regiments of heavy infantry that it will dedicate to the cause. Lady Zurthorn says, House Zuthorn's siege engines will be at your disposal. And Lord Bronzegrip says, our forges will work day and night to outfit your forces, and we will dedicate 1 regiment of heavy infantry to the cause as well. With that, Gradim grabs the oar, smacks it on the table, and says, "It's about fucking time. I call this meeting adjourned." And he marches out of the chamber.
Hey.
Glory to
Thank you.
Kraken.
Thank you very much.
With that, Tara turns around with a happy look on her face. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Hmm.
Zuthorn is providing a regiment of clerics,
Ah.
Also good.
Hmm.
not engines. A regiment
Oh.
of clerics. My mistake.
Okay. We still have 10. So right.
Hmm.
I was
You
right about
got
that.
two
Altogether.
regiments of heavy infantry, because you guys need to keep track of this.
Hmm.
You got
Yeah.
2 regiments of heavy infantry from the Bronze Grips. You got a regiment of heavy infantry and goat knights, so cavalry from Gray Spines. You got a regiment of heavy infantry from the Bronze, I'm sorry. Nix that. Start from the top. The Gray Spines are providing cavalry and heavy infantry. The Glorendar are providing 2 regiments of heavy infantry. The Bronze Grips are providing 1 regiment of heavy infantry. And the Zuthorns are providing 1 regiment of clerics. And then the one you already have is Thunderbrand's battle mages. So I'm going to take a couple of quick pictures here.
So 4 heavy, 1 cavalry.
There you go.
Perfect. So 4 heavy, 1 cavalry, 1 cleric. So that's 6, and we had 4, so we have 10 altogether. Hey, Bill.
Yes.
Would it be easier if you could make us a handout and we could just put this information in that handout as well?
We can do that after the session, yeah.
Cool.
Sounds good. Just so that we actually have it written down and we can all see it.
Uh-huh. There are your new units.
Woo.
Woo!
I stand up and clap
Okay.
Noxus and Bureau on the shoulders. Well done.
I shake Bureau's hand. That was so much. That was so much easier than when we were at my helm, and I really appreciate that.
Well,
Wow.
when you're rolling in the 30s,
Roll it in the 30s.
We're pretty convincing. I know. The persuasion bros.
Glibness paid off.
And if they didn't like what Bureau was gonna say, like, we'll just take over your trade if you guys decide.
If they didn't
not
like the
to,
cut of his glib.
yeah. Like if they're like, well, we can go with 2 and
Fuck off.
they're like, we can go with option 2 and take our chances. It's just like, well, the Dragon King would really like to get put on the map, so I think they would take your trade.
the people that are still in the room are Nostock and the houses of the and the heads of the other 4 houses, as the bodyguard and Grodim have already left. As Tara turns to you and says, "That was very well argued. I can coordinate things from here, so whatever sort of movements you need the troops to make, or if there's a place where we're garrisoning all of these regiments, or they need to meet up, you can contact me, and I can disseminate information through all the ranks."
Helpful as always, Tara. Thank you.
Wasn't
Hey,
there something else you needed to bring up about troops potentially coming up through Krakhammer from down?
We need to talk to
Yeah.
Singorn about that first.
Yeah,
Very well, very well.
don't want to jump the gun too.
If you
just
can
yet.
get them to see it, okay, I'm pretty sure I can get all of these folks to, allow them to at least pass through.
That would be excellent. Well, where to next?
Well, we could go to Dremult and we could get some Dragonkin fighters because we're probably going to need some more. I have no idea. Actually, what would Nox know? He knows that they're sorcerers, but what else would he know that we would get? Does he have an idea?
The
Dragon.
Draconian
Wyvern
Knights
Riders.
they've never been reconstituted.
Mhm.
So the airborne cavalry that used to be the trademark of the Dragonborn military still has never been rebuilt. So at the moment, they are, as Dragonborn, those with tails do have a predilection towards sorcery. So there is a potential of potentially getting another regiment of battle mages, and certainly perhaps some infantry.
I mean, the Dragonkin that have tails, they're more apt to have magic, so it would be advantageous to get more.
The Ravenites, the Dragonkin without tails, tend more towards, if they tend towards magics at all, tend toward more divine magics. So there's that.
Yeah. So yeah, we could get arcane users from my side of the Dragonkin, or we could get more clerics, paladin types, or fighters from the Ravenite side of the Dragonkin. So I think it'd be advantageous to go there next and at least negotiate something with the council and see if we can talk them into getting their name on the map in Taldore for trade to build up their economy, which would be really good for them. I don't see why they would say no to that.
You also seem to have a lot of questions that I couldn't answer as far as troop movements and such things that you'd probably have to pop into Amon and ask the council about.
Yes.
So we can either go that way or that way. It's really
Has Amon actually committed any forces yet?
You don't. They have. You'll remember they said that they were emptying all but one regiment from Fort Daxio, and
Gotcha.
they had already headed south to join the Singorn forces in the delaying attempt. And so you're kind of waiting to see what they may or may not have left over when that happens.
Gotcha.
also we could try and go to and he kind of looks at Renata, go to Shango's old town and see if the druids would help us.
I don't believe that would be Lady Keyless. Well, she is the leader of that group, and if she knows this already, I would assume she is working toward that goal. Is that?
I mean, that's safe to assume, but I mean, we could at least maybe send her a message and say, is it safe to say we'd be getting some druids from the Ashari? I mean, it wouldn't hurt to ask, right? I mean, just so we know.
Yes.
I believe she's still a member of the Taldore Council as well.
And
Oh.
also, Vox Machina already, I mean, they're already committed to help, so I imagine that, I can't remember if she actually said.
I think they did.
the
I
Ashari
feel
would
like they did. I feel like they all said that they would help. Because we at least have Vex and Percy's group, so I'm pretty sure we would have the others.
No, they all said they were going to help. It was just I
They
don't
went to
remember if she
prepare.
said the Ashari too.
They went to their respective home cities to help prepare what last
Yeah.
council meeting you guys had.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be safe to either go back to the council, talk to them, or start sending some messages to these people to find out what's going on.
Messages
And
are
I
probably
could
better.
also save you on some teleporting since I'm going to be staying here. I could send you some places.
That would be helpful.
That
yeah,
would
'cause-
be
yeah.
great.
Is everything we need just in Amon more information?
Sending is only so helpful. It's limited. It's nice to have face-to-face conversations.
Yes. If
I mean, I don't mean to be selfish, Renata, but I kind of miss my mom.
Oh no,
And
that is not what I'm saying. Actually, I would say if information is needed from Amon, then you and Biero could go to Dramalt while some of us could gather information from Amon.
it's not a bad idea.
Splitting the party quite a ways.
Yeah,
to-
Aaron, yes, all over again.
I mean, it was mostly me and Kursk sitting where they were while you two talked to people. So, and Vanya and Fike went drinking.
Yeah,
so,
Tanya's not even there.
Yeah,
if it's
she's
that,
not
then we
wrong.
already split
I
the
don't think
party
it'd be a
within
big
the city.
issue.
This is just a little bit further, but we might get. I mean, if we don't need the silver tongues in Amon, we can just get information. Then Ren could write it down in her new handy dandy notebook and gather.
Yeah, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. I'd be
You
okay
put
with that.
If you put a ring of spell storing together, we actually make a plan of where to meet up. We can actually save a spell.
Sure.
I don't think that would work, would it? Because it's only 5th level.
Well,
and
that
she already has a
teleportation
spell in
circle,
it.
but
Yeah, teleportation
Okay.
circle's 6th level, isn't it?
No, it's
Fifth.
5th level.
Oh, it's 5th? Oh, okay. But she already has the armor of Agathis in there, so.
Hmm.
I mean, that
I
can
mean,
be fixed.
I can already. Yeah, I did that last time. So.
So the other thing that I would mention is, for what it's worth, we should probably plan to stop in Vasselheim, not just for the vestige, but if we're going to be fighting something that fought gods, then another place that's likely to have any kind of information is
It's
Vasselheim.
true. Didn't someone say something? I really feel like when we were in the council meeting, when we were talking about this, someone said something about the Slayers of the Take, or it was mentioned. Was it mentioned in character or out of character?
It was mentioned when, not specifically that name, but it was mentioned by the Gold Dragon. That for the Hunter's Mantle, one of the
Yep.
messages, it
Yep.
was worn by once belonged to the great hunter of a monster slayers guild that is said to be as old as Vasselheim,
Yeah. Also,
and that he was one of their founding members.
Didn't that gold dragon say that there was a monster hunting guild in Vasselheim?
What bigger monster?
I mean,
Yeah.
what better people to help us than a monster hunting guild? I mean, if we can find them, I'm pretty sure somebody has to know about them. If we
Actually,
go looking.
would Ren know about, because Vasselheim?
Make a history check.
Huh. No. Damn it.
No, I'm familiar with this.
Well,
Sigh.
Why don't we take Renata's idea, and the party that's here goes to Amon and gets information. Vanya, Fike, Renata, and Kursk, and you and I go to Dramalt, and I see my people, and you help me convince them to help us.
I mean,
sounds like
yeah,
a plan.
I can get Ren and that group to Emon, and then I'm sure from there they could probably hitch a teleport from either Elora or someone else there to wherever they're going.
Certainly.
What do you think, Bureau?
Makes sense. So we go to Dramalt. You guys go to Iman, and then we meet up where?
I would say Amman, so that we can take a ship to Vasselheim, or we go to Visa Isla to find that. So we can either go there. Was there any other
But we still need to
vestiges after
speak to
that?
Singorn.
Oh
before it
yeah,
gets
we
too
also
late.
gotta go to Singorn. So
Yeah, so meet in Singorn.
that'd be a good idea. It's in the middle.
That's fine by me.
Okay.
If your father would know we are coming.
Yeah, I'll send to Dad and say, Dad, we're going to be stopping by either tomorrow or the next day. If you could help secure an audience for us with the wardens, that would be quite helpful.
You finish the casting, wait for a moment, and realize there was nothing to connect on the other end.
Uh-oh.
I would like to go to Singorn soon,
What?
as my father did not respond.
Well, I mean that
Oh.
that can't mean that can't mean that can't mean the worst. I mean, you said they teleport, right? So I mean, what they could have just teleported to the Feywild, right? Right? I mean, it's not that bad, right?
That means that the Tarask is within looking distance of Singorn.
I'm gonna send to Elsa and say, Elsa, what's going on? I just tried to send to my father and he didn't answer. What's the latest?
You send to Elsa, and a moment later, you get a response back of her, busy, can't talk now. And then it cuts out.
Singorn's having problems. Elsa couldn't respond.
Damn it.
Well, I guess Singorn might be off the list then, because if the Tarask is there, how? What do we? How? I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know, guys.
Perhaps you should get to Emon and find out what's going on.
Yes.
Yeah, let's sorry, Nox. I need to find out what's going on. Can we all go to Amon?
We might as well, because this kind of just throws a monkey wrench in the plan at the moment.
I assume all this conversation was happening on your walk back to
Yep.
House Thunderbrand. You
Yeah.
meet back up with Fike and Vanya at House Thunderbrand. And Tara says, let me save you a spell. And she will cast Teleport on all of you guys. Or actually, she will cast Circle of Teleportation and send you to Amon.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Tara.
Tara. Keep us posted on anything you hear, please.
Oh, of course. You guys step through the portal, arcane portal created by Terra, to come out on the other side, inside the familiar confines of the Alabaster Lyceum's teleportation junction.
I will immediately take out the sending stone and speak into it. Hey, Alora, I hope the council's all close together, and we can get an emergency meeting.
We are already assembled in the council chamber.
I'll talk back into it, say we are on our way.
Hurry, please.
And is the door locked? Do we have to wait for someone
Nope.
to let us know? Okay.
You are
I just
through.
straight run out to
Cloud Top District.
Yeah, you guys straight run to the Cloud Top District. You are recognized at the gates. You are led into the People's Palace and led directly to the meeting room of the council chamber. In the chamber, you see Allura sitting in her council seat, head in her hand, gripping her temples. Topher Bratoris is off to one side, pacing back and forth, gripping her unsheathed weapon in her hands.
Oh, that's not good.
You see Kellen Cobblehob at a table, furiously scribbling on paper. And the dwarven master of architecture and building is not in the room. You see also in the room Lady Vexalia in the arms of Percival, uncontrollably sobbing
Oh, that's not
to his shoulder. Similarly, you see the two gnomes of Scanlan and Pike as Pike is down on all fours as Scanlan is desperately trying to comfort her. In the room, you do not see Grog or Keyleth.
What's going on?
They all look up and recognize you at the same time as Pike, through sobs, says, They're gone, and I can't bring them back.
Who?
And that's where we'll pick things up next week.
Oh no!
Oh.
Ah!
How you gonna kill Grog? How you gonna kill Kiki and how you gonna kill Grog? How you gonna do it? How you gonna do him like that? How you gonna do him like that, Bill? How could you? How could you kill Grog? How could you kill Grog? died. He killed Grog.
Fuck. Shit.
Apparently he did.
Shit.
Oh boy.
Fuck. Ah.
I mean, unless you guys want to keep going, it's 10 o'clock.
I mean, I'm cool with going 30 more minutes, finding out what happened.
Ah.
I'll be home in 20, so yeah, I want to know what happened.
Billiam! Ah. This is not fine, Kayla.
We know feeble mind does not affect. This is bullshit. Feeble mind does not affect wild shape. Keyleth should live forever. This is bullshit.
All right, so if you guys want to keep going, we can keep going. Pike,
Come here.
between uncontrollable sobs, looks up and says this as the five of you enter the room and ask what's going on.
Well, that's not good.
What
do you mean
happened?
You can't bring them back. What do you mean? Who can't you bring back?
Percy looks over and says, Keyleth and Grog.
Why can't you bring
The
them back?
6 of us went to Singorn to assist in the battle that was taking place there. The creature and their forces quickly overwhelmed us. Grog, not one to retreat from battle, and Keyleth, concerned about those that were retreating, tried to buy who they could time. They were felled, and consumed by the creature.
Like you saw it eat them.
Oh, the gods.
Like they are gone. Like there's nothing we can do. Like there's no chance they're alive.
He just kind of doesn't say anything and stares off broodingly.
And I'm sorry, but Singorn,
Allura speaks up at this point and says, "The forces we sent to delay them were thrown aside like a door without a lock. And the creature and forces behind it marched swiftly on Singorn, and half the city was destroyed before it could retreat into the Feywild."
So at least half of Sangorn is in the Feywild. So I mean,
you just
I
said
had been doing more research. When they returned, Pike, Scanlan, and the Dorolos, Pike tried to resurrect her compatriots, and it failed. There was no thing to bring back, apparently. I had been doing more research and found what I hoped was something that was not real. And she looks at you, Ren, and says, "This was not the only one of these creatures from your time. It is the Patriarch. It is the Tarask from whence all other Tarasks came. What it
So the-
consumes is destroyed, soul and all. I hoped it was just an exaggeration, or perhaps that this wasn't the Zion of this species, but it would appear this legend is true. The forces of Singorn and Amon have been decimated, and 2 members of Tal'Dorei's greatest heroes are slain."
I'm sorry for not just your loss, but all of our losses. We have to act more quickly. And we just sent Elsa back to the Hobgoblins.
I mean, it's just everyone. This is.
I hope you come with news that can shed light in this unfathomably dark time. I don't know if I can take more disappointment today.
we got.
Go ahead, Max.
Well, on a lighter note, very small lighter note, we got all the dwarf houses to agree on something, and they said they'd help us, which seemed like a long shot by the way Tara explained it. So we have more help, and we have a vestige that we got in Stillben, and more help from them. we were planning on getting more vestiges and going to my home and getting help from them, and found a way to let me have a reprieve from my exile. And then we were going to go to Vasselheim and talk to the Monster Slayer Guild, hopefully.
I hope you'll understand that this is excellent news that would be more welcomed in a different time.
Of course.
Yeah.
Have you discovered anything further about this imprisonment spell?
Unfortunately, very little. Other than the fact that the going through the notes of this Vandrick, that the containments used before were burial and chaining.
Oh, speaking of him, bad news. He's back after we killed him. Yeah. Sorry, but I thought you guys should know that.
Yes, he had taken over some ancient black dragon out in the swamps of Stillben, but we managed to fell it. Another creature that had been enslaved by them, using the same sort of contraption that was around the Tarask.
Yeah.
House Thunderbrand is looking into its creation. Perhaps something can be learned from it, reverse engineered, something to assist.
That would be extremely helpful. At this point, you guys hear a scream, a deep bellowing scream as Topher Batoris has embedded her, and a clang as she has embedded her battle axe into the stone wall and just storms out of the room.
Nox?
I'll be back. Now we'll go follow her.
All right, as you go off to follow her, the rest of you are still in the council chamber, and Kellen Cobblehob, the Master of Law, who was over there scribbling furiously, says, I'm sending missives to anyone and everyone with anything that you could call a military force all over the planet. I would also recommend that these vestiges you search for, I hate to be the one to do the cold arithmetic in the room, but my recommendation is finding them all. We cannot afford to throw ourselves at this beast and fail again. I would rather sacrifice more ground to it and be victorious than not brer our full might against it in hopes to save one village. At that point, Pike, or not Pike, Alora looks over at him and says, "That is. I understand where you're coming from, but there are other ways to view it." And he goes, "I agree, there are. But what would you rather have happen? Us throw forces against it, unprepared and early, and lose all of Taldore and potentially Exandria, or lose Kymel, Western, and maybe another town, but we're able to stop it and then rebuild?" We can move people and rebuild cities. If we cannot stop this thing, then nothing else matters.
Good point.
Gotta get it as far north as we can.
Noxus, doth you think that the people of Drimald would take some refugees?
He's not there.
Oh, right, shit, he walked away. Fuck! And looking to the others. Bureau?
I'm pretty sure they would.
Bureau instead, because Bureau's been there.
Probably, but transporting them
Percival,
is the least of our concerns right now.
Percival pipes up and says, "Whitestone is about as far north as you can get, and we are more than happy to take as many people as we can hold." And with the Uriel Bridge completed, we can, in a last-ditch effort, try to get people into Wildmount if it comes. And he doesn't even finish the sentence.
Well, we better get to work.
Yes.
We better.
Alora, you mentioned that we've discovered the two types of imprisonment that have been used before.
Yes.
Were you able to piece together the value of the components that would have been used?
I, sort of. I have been able to figure out the remaining versions of the spell that have not been used. So burial and chaining have. There are 3 others that remain. One is referred to as hedged prison. The other is minimus containment, and finally, the last and final one available is called slumber.
And
The special components for the hedged prison are a miniature representation of the prison made from jade. You understand, the spell transports the target to a tiny demiplane that is warded against teleportation and planar travel. The demiplane can be a labyrinth, a cage, a tower, or any similar confined structure or area of your choice. The minimus containment shrinks the target to a height of 1 inch, and it is imprisoned inside a gemstone or similar object. Light can pass through the gemstone normally, allowing the target to see out and other creatures to see in, but nothing else can pass through, even by means of teleportation or planar travel. The gemstone can't be cut or broken while the spell remains in effect. And the special component for this version of the spell is a large transparent gemstone, such as a corundum or a diamond or a ruby. And lastly, slumber. The target falls asleep and can't be awoken. The unfortunate with that one is it falls asleep wherever it lay. the special component for this version of the spell consists of rare sulfuric herbs. With this creature, however, the cost of these components is rather expensive, to the point of combined wealths of the people involved in this conflict is not the problem. It's the finding the amount in what we need of these creatures. What we are talking about is these components in the monetary value amount of 175 to 200,000 gold pieces.
We can help chip in for that. If
Okay.
Pretty sure we can cover the entire amount of that.
Like I said, the difficulty is not the amount, the monetary amount. It is finding the amount of components at that gold piece value. For example, the minimus containment. That is a rather large amount of diamonds to procure. I mean, from what I understand, you had trouble procuring 25,000 gold pieces worth of diamond.
Any leads on where we could seek for any of this?
That, unfortunately, no. First, we need access. Again, all of this is just from the research of this Vandrick, whether you can rely on that or not. We still don't have access to the spell to prove whether his research is correct or not. And to then determine, which version of the spell we used based on perhaps what we can get our hands on as far as the material components are concerned. You'll excuse me if I'm feeling rather nihilistic at the moment.
I understand.
You see, she's actively fighting back reactions similar to the remaining members, which is weird to say, of Vox Machina. She's trying to distract herself with essentially work, for lack of a better term.
Maybe if we don't know of where those items might be on this plane, perhaps we can find them on another.
Perhaps.
We're also about to go traveling the world to find the rest of these vestiges, apparently. We can go looking for whatever else for components for this wizard stuff while we do that.
Any place of ancient knowledge that you come across could potentially hold the secrets to this spell that we need. So I would recommend.
Anchor Out is pretty old, right?
It is Vasselheim older still, yet they have a rather strong aversion to things arcane.
Sure.
But you said you were planning to travel to different planes of existence.
Some of the
One
vestiges are
in
located
particular.
I'm sorry, you was both speaking at the same
Okay.
time. What were you saying?
Oh, Renda said, at least one, if not more, of the vestiges are located there. So we have learned. And
The you see her scanning through her mind. Hell's the Abyss, the
yes,
Feywild. These are all places of innately powerful arcane knowledge of both good and evil. Uh, uh, Pandemonium as well. Many secrets have been lost there. The Astral Sea. I don't know where you intend to travel to, but
We're at least making one stop on the Abyss.
and the Feywild hath one as well.
I would imagine you'd find more creatures there willing to share knowledge than you would in the Abyss.
No, we are going to the Abyss to kill somebody. But we can take a look out for any evil wizard towers, I suppose, while we're down there. Or whatever a demon wizard is called.
I believe they're just wizards, but
All right.
what is your next course of action? At this point, you see Percy speak up, and Vixalia has kind of, through sheer force of will, steeled herself, and says, and they say, we return to Whitestone to gather our forces and march out to join with the rest of Taldore to kill every last hobgoblin we can get our eyes on.
Excellent.
Pike says, who's finally been able to like kind of get a hold of herself, in as much as she can, having just lost her best friend and close, sister, family member, says, I've been able to rally the temples of uh, Western, and we've been able to put together a regiment of clerics to join the fray. I feel I need to lead them as I was the one who had them assembled.
Thank you, Lady Pike. We should, if the council here is already in the process of contacting all the other places around the world for support, then maybe our focus should be primarily on hunting the vestiges.
That sounds wise to me.
Yes.
If that's what you think is best, I trust your judgment, Alora says. However, and Kellen pipes up and says, I would agree that should be your top priority, but missives can only go so far. Someone with powerful influence making a personal plea to leaders, I've always found, is better than any strongly worded letter. So if in your travels you happen to be able to throw that in, it would not be unwise.
Of course. So we have many potential destinations in front of us.
Scalen pipes up and says, well, We need to keep eyes on this creature, figure out where it's going next.
Great.
I'm slippery. I can do that.
Be
Pike
careful.
Pike kind of looks at him and begins to protest, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to get close to this thing. You can't scry on it, right? And so we need to keep eyes on it, and I can, send messages back." She's like, "I swear to God, Scanlan, I swear to Saren Ray Scanlan Shorthold, if you get within 400 feet of that thing, I will kill you and resurrect you myself."
Just don't let your guard down. Vandrick seems to appear out of nowhere, and he's no entry-level caster.
I'll try to give them a description of him just in case people didn't have it.
He's like, "I'm no entry-level caster myself, and I enjoy fucking with uppity wizards."
Good luck to you.
At that point,
I like him.
the party, including you, Noxus, who's chasing Topher down a hallway, hear a familiar voice
Fuck.
in your head that says, "Well, would you look at that? One down, and so many left to go. And two of your greatest heroes knocked away without effort. Perhaps you should surrender now and save your people."
Fuck off.
You are an insignificant little speck, and when I find you again, I'm gonna turn your eyeballs to jelly and grind your bones for flour so I can shit you out.
There's just a little dribble blood probably as Ren got tightened her grip on her hilt so much that like her nails got into her own skin and just dripped down the hilt a little bit.
There's no response back, just a taunt.
And he's already taunting
he
us.
wants to keep taunting us. I'm happy to go round for round with him.
Well, while we're here, should we go seek out Jorlin Vor?
Jolan Vol? How do you know Jolan Vol? Alora says.
He is a member of the Relic Seekers Guild, and he seems to be our path to one of the vestiges.
If that is the case, I will have him summoned here at once.
Well, that's convenient.
Oh, thanks, Lady Laura.
He is not far. He is in the Lyceum.
How's Biro doing?
How do you describe it? He's really torn up inside, but he's trying to focus on everybody else's loss and the bigger picture of what's going on. Kind of giving himself false hope that maybe his dad's just in the Feywild.
Mm-hmm.
We'll pick things up there next week, as it's time.
Alrighty.
Fuck.
Pick things up with Nox and Topher and the rest of you.
Bill, don't you dare fucking kill Scanlan.
Yeah, fuck you! Part of Keelan. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I was like, damn, dude, that was fucking dark, Vanya.
I mean, it's true. We're out of, obviously, the game session has ended. I knew I wanted to kill off a couple members of Vox Machina. One to illustrate the gravity and how difficult this is going to be. And so instead of leaving it up to dice, I was trying to think about who would, if Vox Machina went up against this thing,
Who would actually die?
who would actually go
Yeah.
down. And the first obvious choice was Grog, who's not
Mm.
gonna back down, and Keyleth, who would readily sacrifice herself to save people and give people a chance to run away. Um, and I just thought it was with Keyleth as well, I thought it was a
Poetic.
fitting, poetic, yes, and to that ever tragic love story that no, they
Fucking
don't
hell.
get to be together at the end after all.
Fucking hell.
Are you satisfied with yourself, Bill? Are you satisfied? Are
How
you happy?
dare you?
I didn't do this.
How
the
dare.
Hobgoblins and the Tarrasque.
Yeah. You keep telling yourself that at night.
You're
Okay
the
there,
god
bud.
of this world, so it is.
Okay, there's
in a sense
Satan.
Your fault.
Whoa, there's
essentially,
Satan.
The way Laura explains it to you is anything destroyed and consumed by this father of Tarrasques is essentially soul, magical item, vestige, doesn't matter. It is destroyed into oblivion.
No, fuck.
So the
is
Titan
so
Stone.
By Titanstone.
Yeah,
by
Titanstone's
Titanstone
up.
By
Necklace, by
Conflux.
Spire of Conflux.
Aw. I
know.
thought when you said they were dead, I thought you were going to throw them against us.
No, they have been. Yeah, no,
Erased.
they're erased. Yeah, essentially.
Damn.
They are no longer. Yeah, when you said that, I was like, "Yep, no more Titanstone Knuckles, no more Conflux."
Yeah.
My
Fuck.
boner of confidence has been diminished significantly.
Yeah.
Oh, I never had one. I never had confidence that we were. Like, when we fight
I
this
had a
thing,
little bit.
even if we get all of this, we're probably gonna die. I'm perfectly fine with that. It's a
You say
poetic
that
end.
you've been convinced that we're going to die for like half of the sessions since I've joined this game. I think we'll be fine.
Honestly, if I have that thought and we don't die, hope for the best.
It's only for the
expect
it's only for the
worst.
best. Like you can only go up from there. You can only go up from the lowest of the
you
low.
can only go up from not dying. Like what? I mean,
Don't
like,
jinx
I'm horribly
it.
named, but I'm alive.
For this one, I don't think we'll be fine, but
No.
fair point that when we go up against a CR 1/4 bandit, Nox thinks we're gonna die. So
It's just what happens. It's just what happens.
Well, Biro, if you die,
are as low as possible. It's very easy to exceed them.
I mean,
Biro, if you die, we all die.
no,
so
yeah, that is true though.
you extra need to live.
That is 100% true. Like
You dying motherfucker, you.
Yeah, if you die in the abyss, we're fucked. Like game's over. Like we can't leave.
well,
I don't have plane shift.
Let's just hope that those dwarves do really well with my armor.
Maybe you should put that. Maybe you should put that amulet back on. Maybe.
Well,
Just
I'm wearing.
He can't.
I'm wearing a vestige amulet.
He's got a neck slot already, which is the change bringer.
Which actually does better for my saving throws overall than the health. But
yeah, that, and it makes you immune to like a ton of conditions, like an army of conditions.
Yeah.
By the way,
always good.
By the by, we still have a robe of the stars.
Yep, you have a lot of magical items that you found in that dragon horde that you haven't doled out. If you guys wanted.
I mean,
So I'm
as
thinking.
much as I'd love to
Are we still on stream?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right. No,
Yes.
I won't reveal my plan then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ow. Well, I think I know what I need to take once I level up. I think I need to take the extra attunement slot.
yeah,
I was thinking of picking up Attunement Master too.
I was thinking about it, but I need at least one other thing before I can consider that.
You also have the Helm of Brilliance in there.
Yes, we do.
Which also requires attunement.
Yes, it does.
Here you go, Kursk.
I mean, honestly, That
Holy
would be
shit.
hilarious.
Kursk, you are now the general. You are the general of the entire army.
Kursk does have an open attunement slot.
Hey, I have a question.
You guys did accomplish a lot tonight, though. You increased your army size by like tenfold.
Yeah, well,
What good will it do if we can't kill this Tarask? But it is a good bonus.
Well, there's all the
Hobgoblins.
army to contend with as well.
Yeah. But I actually have a question about Kursk.
Yes. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you guys.
Hmm?
He leveled up after the dragon fight.
That's what I
Oh,
was
look
gonna
at that.
ask. I was
Oh,
gonna
Kursk
ask, does he level up?
Yes, he did.
Did he level up to like 14?
Yeah, that'd be
Please say
great.
yes.
He leveled up. He leveled up to 7.
Oh, 5 to
Ooh,
7.
so you got
That's a
2
big
levels.
jump.
He
Yeah.
helped kill an ancient dragon.
Hey! Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
And,
Who wants to roll Kursk's
So-
experience? Or
and-
his HP?
and 15th level bard.
So what's the
And
attunement item? What's the attunement item that basically acts as the XP share for Pokemon? Can we put that on Kursk?
No.
Make a
But
vestige
yeah,
one.
you guys have the Helm of Brilliance, the Robe of Stars, Horn of Blasting, and
Yeah.
Gloves of Missile Snaring still just sitting in your bag.
Yeah. I mean, we could sell 1 or 2 of those.
Or give them to other people who could probably use them in the
Yeah.
fights.
Yeah.
Like load down Terra with some magic shit, or
I think Tara would do well with the Helm of Brilliance.
Terra's loaded out with magic shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
We need other people to.
Honestly, could give the Helm of Brilliance to Kursk.
Fuck yeah. He was
Kursk,
learning.
now you are.
he was
now You
learning-
truly are a knight. Here
He
you
was
go.
learning the intricacies of other ways to fight today by watching Viero Noxa fight with words. It was awesome.
That's exactly
He was
what
learning how to be a
Bob said.
commander.
He had to go.
Bro, Bureau and I were just like total mean mug stone face when we said everything. We said like no emotion, like you're gonna do this, full confidence. You're gonna give us what we want, and they're just like so intimidated by our like.
You guys
level of
hit the right.
confidence.
You guys listened to Terra, and you guys hit the right notes with them. Put pressure on the right things as far as what would influence them, and it paid off.
Well plaid.
I actually really just played off of Bureau and what he was saying. I was like, I'm just gonna go with what Bureau's saying because he definitely knows he knows the vein. So
By the way, you all each got 30 experience points.
Woo!
ooh,
Yay.
So what is the actual realistic level we're gonna end at?
The idea is 20, but I mean that again depends on you guys. You guys could decide to try and go after this thing before you get level 20. So
All right. So then what I said in our chat is probably what's gonna happen.
Well, I mean, you and Fike are going to be level 20 before the rest of us, most probably. Either way.
I mean, we're only like 1 ahead by barely.
like
Mm.
half.
No,
You're like
you're-
half a
you're
level
like-
of head.
you're like a full. Like you just. What level are you at now?
I just leveled last session. I
To
am
16.
16.
Oh, okay.
Fike's been level 16 for a lot longer than me.
I'm going to need probably at least 3 more sessions to
I'm
level up.
241 of 320.
Yeah. Fike levels first always.
Uh-huh.
It's I've only missed 1, so
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
missed like 2 or 3.
I'll level up next time probably.
I've got a little bit to go.
You need the EXP egg
I'm
from Final Fantasy.
I'm at
Right.
177 now. Of 215.
So
You got
So a
185.
couple more sessions probably.
Wait, is it 215
So-
or 225?
I think it's 225.
225 for
Okay,
you.
225. Yeah.
For me and Fike, it's 320.
Yeah. So 2 or 3 more sessions and I should hit level 16.
Well, I
Mhm.
mean, you
Which
guys still
means-
got what 4 vestiges
Yeah.
Yeah.
to find.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You got to find this spell. You have to find the material components for it. You
We
have
got
to.
a long,
Your army
long
is
way.
still outnumbered 5-1 by the hobgoblins
We got
Yeah.
a long way to go.
at this
Yeah.
point.
We literally
You're
like
a
we can't.
force of like 100,000 strong, and you guys are sitting at probably maybe 25,000 troops.
And honestly, even if we like got all of that before I got to 17, then we gotta like start doing Final Fantasy XP grinding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
How
get
many
got-
boars can we
honestly,
kill?
I'm
honestly,
the
what
guy
we
who
need to
did all the
do-
side quests before fighting the first boss, motherfucker.
Honestly, what we need to do is we need to go find the Mighty Nine.
There you
We
go.
could kill them. Well, they're not that good right now.
No, they're like
We're-
they're like 2 or 3 levels below us.
I think they're like
You're-
12 and 13.
Currently, I think they're 13 or 14. But
I'll
regardless,
check.
you guys are also timeline wise.
Yeah.
You guys are way ahead of them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like you guys are there. The entire span of campaign 2 for Critical Role has been a few months.
Hmm.
It's been like 3 or 4 months. They haven't had a ton of downtime. You guys are over in game. You're over a year, probably
Hmm.
close to like
Yeah.
coming up on 2 years.
Yeah, I think we're
together.
coming close to 2 years at this point.
How? Hey,
In game.
what? Is it close to Knox's birthday yet?
It is. By the way,
Wait, so technically
did you
they'd be
get-
ahead of us. 'Cause-
Uh,
Oh, just
when's your birthday?
5th of Tempertide or whatever. It's the
You're a few months away.
still a few months away. Okay.
You guys are. You guys are. It's like tomorrow is harvest close for you guys.
What a great Harvest
Wait.
Close festival.
Tropical
Like-
Summer's coming up for a year or so.
Wait, so
It's true.
we're literally
tomorrow-
like,
Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, essentially.
yeah, didn't we? No, we
Mhm.
left the Underdark and we had 2 weeks, right, until Harvest Close.
Of last
So
year.
basically, like, yeah, of last year. So like 2 weeks ago would have been us just getting out of the Underdark a year ago.
Holy
Yeah.
cow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, so
Wow.
like I said, in game, you guys are probably coming up on 2 years together.
So technically that means the Mighty Nine is ahead of us. They just haven't gotten there yet in their timeline.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just checked current roll stats. They're all level 13.
Ooh, what?
Because they're level
what new
13 like a
maneuvers?
year and a half ago for us.
Yeah, they're like level 13 a year and a half ago for you guys, right?
So they're like at level 20 now, probably.
Oh, so yeah.
If they're all still alive.
That's true.
Good point. I mean, apparently, nope. Never mind.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys are.
I didn't say nothing.
You guys are. In like beginning to middle of autumn.
Are we still on stream?
Yes.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh.
So I should probably. We got experience.
Bureau,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
you got
probably.
experience if you want to cut it off.
Oh.
Bureau, did you get all the stuff I told you about the Kiss of the Change?
I'm
Bear?
gonna jump
Yeah.
over and then.
It's all what's in the Tal'Dorei guide, right?
So
Yeah, just in case. I didn't know if you.
Yeah.
where is?
Bye, everybody.
All right. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for joining us tonight. This was, oh my god, my fucking heart. So we will be back next week for episode fucking 89. Holy fucking shit. Thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by, Ronka, Atma, Dantra Sphinx. Thank you so much. Kayla. Who the fuck am I missing? Shit. Ah! Ronka, thank you so much. Who the hell can I send you to for doing the raid thing? Cause holy shit. Let's see. Who all is rocking out? Oh, let's see. What's? Oh, thank you so much, Dan. Who do we got? Let's see. Is there anyone I know is playing D&D at the moment I can send you to? Or let's see. How about Dorktales is doing Dungeons and Dragons. So I can send you... Oh! D20 TV is doing Dungeons and Dragons. New friend that I've been sending people to recently because we are going to be playing in a game together. I'm not sure entirely when just yet, but that will be coming soon. So allow me to send you D20 TV's way. She is a great dungeon master. And again, I'll see you next time, friends. Here's my raid call. Even though I'm sure they're going to be doing the thing. And if you're sub to me... there we go. So yeah, until next time. Guys, gals, non-binary pals, you're fucking amazing. Thank you for joining us tonight. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you next time. Bye, everybody! Send D20 TV and her players all the awesome love. And I'll see you next time.
I'm a